this fourth round clash between just to quickly update you here, the Leeward Islands will resume now at 20 for 1 after they were in the field for most of the day yesterday, and the CCC, after they won the toss and upped it to bat, posted 273. I'm Ruskin Mark, working along with Christopher Ramsaran, who is here with us this morning. And Chris, I'm not sure if you saw what transpired yesterday, but that 129-run partnership really was a joy to watch by two men who are basically all-rounders, and they certainly pulled their team out of the mire there yesterday.
Good morning to you, Ruskin, and good morning to our viewers. Yes, indeed. That 8 and 9 batsmen, really pulled CCC out of a hole.
I'm not quite sure. I think there's a door or something that is causing a problem back there, so they just need to close it so that they'll be able to see properly. When that door is open, it's like a dark hole in there, and I know what that feels like, because one time I was playing a game in the police barracks, and the same thing happened. Somebody opened the door, not their fault, but they opened the door just as the guy was delivering the ball. So when the ball was bowled, couldn't see anything. It went straight into that dark hole there. And that was it, yes?
Definitely.
I just closed my eye and duck. But here's the first ball of the day. And Powell is off and running again as he resumes on 5-6 to Carty, who is on strike now. Remember, the man gone yesterday was Michael Louis, who was out for 4, bowled by Blades. One that kept a bit low. It was 6 for 1. These two have avoided any further alarms yesterday, although they did have one or two anxious moments. Play on a miss and a couple that kept low. And that is something I think we're going to have to look for today, Chris, because the variable bunks. And even though we had the new ball yesterday and some really took off, some did die before they got to the wicketkeeper as well.
Yes, indeed. And we would definitely see that at the UV Spec facility. And just as you were speaking about the bounce, that one, just took off.
Yeah, good carry again. And again, we want to say good morning to Video Ramphal. Hope he's doing A-OK. And I'm sure he'll be back with us real soon. And I don't know if you saw the news about Nutsman Jumbo. Apparently he passed away yesterday. So I guess I'll have to go and walk for my nuts now when I go to the stadium. He can't reach me up in row 20. It's a good one, and just he caught it. Brilliantly done indeed. You could hear the sound, the bat onto the pad, and once it looped up in the air, what a brilliant catch taken there at forward short leg. And that, as they say, the kind of things that could win a game.
Beautifully caught by Damal. Well bowled by Blades as well, getting that early breakthrough for CCC, just as they wanted.
21 for 2 now, and Carty is the money without adding to his overnight score, so he goes for 6. Really a fantastic catch, because he had to dive and didn't have much time to react from that position. It's really about reflex and determination, but once he got under there, and you could see he just flung his body and came up with the catch. And I think everybody, well, you saw the joy from his teammates, because they real men they're looking forward to produce something with the bat. And it's always a significant period, this early period here, where you try to just kind of weather the early storm. And this is, I was making this point to Ian and to Vidya yesterday. The one thing they didn't want to do was to let the CCC bat until late in the day, and then you had to come and face 5 or 6 overs, and that's precisely what they did. And they had to take 1 wicket, and that ball actually struck him on the helmet, is it, or the bat? It looked like it hit him on the back of his, the side of his helmet there.
So and again, variable bounce.
Yep.
That invariable bounce.
He probably felt that ball would have been going high with the kind of effort that Blades put into it, but it never really got up to the height that he anticipated. And, well, another twist here now.
What these CCC guys would know about Greaves is that, you know, they would know a lot about him, seeing that, you know, he's a Bayesian himself, and some of the guys on CCC team are Bayesians. So they probably know his downfalls, his weaknesses, and would try to work on that to get him out cheaply.
So he seems to be okay. Evelyn, who took that brilliant catch at forward short leg, is under the helmet again. They've just pushed the man at mid wicket a little bit to his right. And there's another one striking him. There's a loud appeal, but more stifled than anything. A little too high on that occasion. So this is a real examination here now.
And Ruskin, that early wicket for Blades seems to do him well. He's working up some pace here.
Yeah, he did bowl quickly yesterday, and like I said, he had 3 overs late. So he really got in 2 bites of the cherry. He got that 3 over burst. He had the whole night to rest and get his mind focused on the business at hand today. And here he is this morning now, refreshed and ready to go. Oh, that's another beauty, right?
Attack from the pavilions, and you know, and he had a pretty decent debut as well for CCC, scoring 73, I think, with the bat.
75. He was the top scorer. Yes. Yeah, he was the top scorer yesterday, and he batted so well. He batted beautifully, and he bowled well too. He bowled fairly quickly. If anything, he had a slight no-ball problem, but I'm sure he would have done some work on that to try to correct that this morning. I think he bowled like 3 no-balls late yesterday.
Yes, this morning I saw he was working with the assistant coach Pedro Collins with his run-up during the warm-ups.
Yeah, he did. He bowled a couple yesterday. In fact, he bowled 2 in succession late in the day. He only bowled 2 overs yesterday. The third over from that end, the final over of the day, was bowled by Roshan Primus. And again, it's a good line from Goodrich. He did bowl a good line yesterday evening as well. Didn't give much away.
I can tell you one thing, Rusking. The sun is not...
Justin Graves, it's a tall man, powerfully built. Another good delivery. He doesn't stray too far from that line, and that line is a pretty good line, an impressive line for him.
Yeah, I think all Amari needs to do is stay consistent with his line and lengths, and you know, his hard work should pay off.
Yeah, and it's just the ability to just move the ball from that line, you know, just to either move it in or away, and that could create some problems for the batsmen. So they've had an early wicket.
Beautifully played by Justin Graves.
That's a gorgeous shot. Saw a couple of those yesterday, and he's just continuing that norm.
Just a bit too full from Amari.
But I don't think he'd be too worried about that, because if he could get the batsman to want to play that shot, you know, all he has to do now is try to, like I say, just to see if he can get one to just move off the wicket a little bit, and he might very well be able to induce an edge. There are 2 slips and 2 gullies. He goes again, and that's very well played once more. That's going to be 4 more. Again, shorter this time, and given the full treatment by Graves.
Yeah, beautifully played indeed by Justin Graves, showing his class.
And what a way to end that over with back-to-back boundaries, and certainly signaling his intent here to get on with things and not be too bogged down. 28 for 2 now.
Just to correct you, Ruskin, it's 32 for 2.
It should be 32 for 2, yep. They didn't register that last boundary. And this is good running once again, and that's something that they have to do. You can't worry about hitting all boundaries. Singles are important as well, and so far Powell seems to understand that, and that is something about his game that I'm really happy to see, because he said he tended to just want to hit the ball, you know, just get on with things, and now it looks as if he's intent on playing a big innings here.
Yeah, and with him, Kyron Powell being highly experienced, you know, he would want to take up that leadership role for the batting for Leeward Islands.
Yeah, they're going to need him too, because that 273, while it's not an imposing total, it's one of those tricky totals that if you lose early wickets, then you could find yourself surrendering a lead. Here's the man of the moment, Blades. And
yeah, Blades seems to be in his work this morning, you know, working up a good pace.
Seems to have a little issue with his run-up. He doesn't seem comfortable, you know, but it's consistently like that. So maybe that's just his whole rhythm. But he just seemed to be a little bit off when he runs. That's another gorgeous shot. That's 2 is going to run away. Once it goes down the hill, there's no stopping it. That's 4 more.
All Pura needs to do is chase it. And retrieve the ball and throw it into the bowler. 4 runs for Justin Graves.
And as you can see, both bowlers are trying to see if the ball would swing, or at least would move off the seam. So they're giving themselves a chance by pitching it up. To the credit of Graves so far, he's done very well. He had one well executed cover drive. Then he hit a sort of a back foot drive, cut for the second boundary, and now this beautifully executed cover drive off the front foot. But I think Blades would want to be thereabouts. There he goes again, and not as well timed, but he might get a second. No, that's great work from Puran.
Yeah, good energy by the young guys from CCC.
We were looking at the CCC squad and the number of Bajan players in there. They would know each other very well.
Yeah, of course. I think it's like 9 Bajans So they would, they would play club cricket with each other, probably play for the same club as well.
Some of them.
That's good work from Puran.
Yep. He wanted a single, but it was not there, so that will end the over. And at the end of that over, it would now be what, 37 for the loss of 2 wickets. Omega 38 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And Greaves, hurriedly runs on to 15 of 13 balls.
Well, they're trying to plug that gap in the offside by putting a cover in place. So they remove one of the gullies and put him into the cover region. So there's a point or backward of point cover and the middle off. Here he goes again. Now it doesn't matter. Same treatment. As he hit this one a lot squarer this time, but bisecting the man at point and the cover, and that's 4 more.
Again, beautifully played by Justin Greaves.
Yeah, he's really come out here, and it's, as they say, taking no prisoners. He's really timing the ball sweetly. So let's see what this Goodrich could do here now.
That's better from Goodrich. He seems to be having some issues with his run-up, as you mentioned earlier, Ruskin.
Yeah, so I'm sure he probably wouldn't be as comfortable or as fluent as he, would want to be. But I'm sure, nothing like a little perspiration. Once you kind of get warm, and and your adrenaline starts to flow.
Played.
Yep.
By Justin Greaves, cover drive.
This one was even squarer, and but the result was the same. So in consecutive overs now, he's taken 2 boundaries off Goodrich. So scoreboard ticking over quite nicely now. The Leeward Islands probably hoping to try to get to these runs as quickly as possible and try to set a target. That's better. Just coming in a little bit, and the angle. Graves had to be aware of the danger there. So it's another scorcher of a day here at UWI. Certainly is a lovely day for cricket, as they say. Good day for a picnic. But you need water somewhere nearby. This is one is, again, he's flushing outside the off stump and hitting the edge, but it went down, which is the safe thing to do. Once it goes down, you won't be too worried about being caught in the slip region. That's a minor victory there for Goodrich. I'm sure he's thinking now, how can he really hit the edge and have it carried to the slip or to the keeper.
Again, problems with his run-up again.
Yeah. You were looking at that. Normally, when you're coming uphill, that is the one that you tend to struggle with. But because this is a nice turtleback surface, even running from this end, it's not that easy because you also have to kind of go uphill.
Uphill, yes.
Yep, a little bit. And we've seen bowlers, especially Louis, had a problem like with his plant foot. At this end, they're going to go for a single. They're going to have to hurry, and the return misses everything, Evelyn, but they were able to complete the single. So another good productive over for the Leeward Islands. So up to 47 for 2 now. So Graves really off and running here.
Yes, indeed, 23 in a flash of 16 balls. He's definitely in a no-nonsense mood this morning, capitalizing on all those bad deliveries.
Which is good to see, because it means that he is full of confidence right now. He's not afraid to play his shots. He just has to be able to choose the right balls to hit.
Well played, well bowled as well.
And that, of course, is the mantra throughout the region. Really, is when batsmen, get going. You must be thinking of a big score. 100. You probably think, okay, get to 50 first, and then you look to kick on from there. And
yeah, and I'm certain Justin would want to get that big score to continue his run with the West Indies Test team, as he was recently introduced to Test cricket.
Yeah, again, you can see him. He really doesn't look 100% comfortable when he's running in, and I suppose it's something they'll probably work at over time. But he does seem to. He starts to run, then it's like he kind of. He doesn't stop, but he slows down, and then he tries to pick himself up again and get going. And and when he delivers the ball, you could just hear that, like a little grunt when he delivers, an indication that the amount of effort he's putting into his bowling.
Yeah, and he has two good coaches with him for him to work along with, and that being Bejan Floyd Reefer and also Bejan Pedro Collins, who's likewise one of the best left-arm seam bowlers the Caribbean has seen.
He goes again.
Seems to be in some sort of bother. Jediah Blades. For the second time in the over, we're seeing that he's missing his run-up.
And I suppose he's doing the smart thing. If you're not comfortable, don't deliver the ball, because you could do damage to yourself. Still not comfortable. You could see him with those little rabbit steps, chipping to get to the crease. So he's certainly having a bit of a tough time here running in. He hasn't done much by way of adjusting the run-up itself. Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna maybe step on the marker with the other foot just to see if that works. Edging but not carrying again, and that is the danger here for the batsman. Because the ball is still relatively new.
Yeah, and we're seeing now, although Jediah Blades are having some run-up issues, you know, he's still getting his line and length correct. But Ruskin, do you think that it could be, you know, the problem lies where the sand is, where, you know, the sandy outfield?
Well, I'm not sure, because since yesterday he seemed to be having, I don't know if it's the outfield as much as it is, I think it's just the gradient. There's a little climb, you have to come up the hill at both ends, and I think he's probably just having a little issue here, coming up the hill from the top end, which is strange, because normally at the top end you kind of lean forward and you're going, but because there's that little incline, yeah. What happens a lot of times is, especially with inexperienced bowlers, when they have a problem with their run-up, they tend to lengthen the run-up, and sometimes it might actually be better shortening the run, and you know, because it's almost psychologically in your mind, you think because it's longer you have to stretch to get there at the end. And that one, he was looking to play that on the onside. That one scooted out to the offside. So another fine delivery from the bowler, but well negotiated in the end there by Graves. He remains there, and the Leeward Islands, they continue to build in this one. Remember, the target is 273 as posted by CCC. It's 47 for 2.
A good fight back from CCC yesterday. Number 8 and number 9 batsmen, you know, doing pretty good for them. Getting them to a respectable total, which in that of 273. Something that they could fight with. As we see a change in the pavilion, and Russian Primus is into the attack now.
Yeah, he did have that 1 over late in the day yesterday. They had 6 overs, and you know, and I was saying, you know, it's almost like I was seeing it. I said you want to either get them out early, but you don't want to get them out late in the day when you now have to come out and face 4 or 5 overs, and they ended up having to face 6, and they lost that wicket. And I think it was in the 2nd over or the 3rd over, and it really was almost like if it's, you know, it's the one thing they didn't want, it's exactly that happened. And now come this morning, they come and lost another early wicket as well. Let's see what Primus can do. And a little bit of bounce there, but the line isn't what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and you know, losing early wicket this morning, you know, the 2 batsmen in the wicket would want to consolidate, you know, and try to make up for that, you know, that error.
Yeah, Primus is a big fella, strong shoulders. So even though he doesn't have a sort of a long, aggressive run-up, he can still generate good pace, and with this wicket offer him a little bit of bounce, he could be a real handful if he lines them up properly.
Well, bowled by Russian Primus. Yeah, he's a strong lad, so you know he bowls off his shoulders, so he would get that skiddy bounce off the surface.
Yeah, I think the captain too would have to be very careful with his bowlers. Bowl them in short spells. You don't want to, because the sun takes so much out of them, and it's very hot right now. So you want to save them for as much as possible, especially your frontline bowlers. Powell just easing onto that front foot there. He has always been a sort of a classic driver of the ball. If anything, he has a tendency to kind of lean over a little bit when he's playing on the onside, because he tends to kind of stay straight. He really doesn't bend and on drive. He tends to so he tends to flick rather than on drive the ball some. But again, it's a technique that has worked for him. And gonna have to hurry and just missing there. But again, you didn't really hear the call. You know, it was just like let's go, and you could see the two of them trying to work it out now because Graves was struggling there a little bit.
Yeah, a better throw from Puran, and you know Graves would have found himself back in the hut.
And that's the one thing you don't want is to suffer a run out now when you have two batsmen who are looking so comfortable at the wicket. You're wishing that they could just bat all day yesterday, and you come to bat today. They must be in the field all day.
Yes, correct.
You know, so I am thinking, well, you could keep me out here. I keeping you out here whole day and part of tomorrow too. Yeah.
Well, the Leeward Islands would want to do that. It's the right thing.
Yep. Graves just taking his time here, probably just gathering his nerves. He probably knew that run out could have ended everything for him. And that's played nicely. They've gone for one. They think for a moment of a second, and you could just see the little indecision in the running. So they opted not to go back for a second run. Puran again, being kept busy.
A fit guy, so you know I'm sure he won't mind.
Mm-hmm. And how do you rate Camille as a young batsman?
Very, very, very talented young player. I'm happy to see him getting opportunities again.
And that's well played, and like I said, that's classic. You know, he just kind of, once it's on his pads, he's very dismissive of it, of the legs there. That completes another over, and the batsmen again will have a little discussion, I would imagine, about how things are progressing right now. Just the running between the wickets, I think, is what they have to iron out. It's not something that you don't want that to be a downfall, because that's something you could easily fix. You know, if you...
We're seeing the groundsmen, the umpires are calling the groundsmen into the field.
Yeah, the hammer. And I'm wondering which end is that now. That would be at the other end. At the bottom end now. So we had it at this top end yesterday, and now it seems like it's Primus is having that problem down at the other end. So 49 for 2.
Blades to continue from the UV spec end.
Let's see if he gets his run up a little bit better. I don't think the breeze is affecting him that much. It's not that strong.
Well watched by Greaves.
Mm-hmm. If you notice with that particular ball, the run up on that time, it was much better. And what he did probably a little bit differently is that he started quicker. So it's like he kind of vaulted himself forward, and then he kind of relaxed as he was about to approach the crease, as opposed to the other way around, where he's very relaxed and then he's fighting to get to the crease. You know, so you could see he's working it out in his mind. What is the best approach? And that one kept very low. That's the delivery that actually got rid of Louis yesterday. It kept very low, and it went right under the bat and disturbed the hardware.
Again, you know, that invariable bounce, as you spoke about it earlier. But what Blades would want to do, you know, is not overthink his run up and overthink certain things in his bowling action, and you know, just let things flow, and it should work for him.
There again, you see him struggling to get up to the wicket, and you can. It's almost like you could tell when it's not gonna come out right for him, because you can see it.
See that little
Yeah.
skip
Yeah,
just before he delivers the
that
ball.
stutter step as he's approaching the wicket there, and you know, I mean, we've seen Shannon Gabriel for. I saw Shannon Gabriel in school struggling with his run up, and even as playing Test cricket, same issue. And I always wonder why it is Shannon couldn't figure that out as to what might be the best option. So he's going around the wicket now. So we'll see if that changes anything for him. And still not as fluent as he was earlier yesterday. And the one thing you don't want is for him to hurt himself, you know, doing that, because he probably feels if he stops, he might have to do what Wayne Daniel used to do, because Daniel he was notorious so that you could never tell when Wayne Daniel was going to deliver the ball, because he would just run up, miss the run, he'd run up, miss the run, run up, miss the run, run up, bowl one. You're telling yourself that he will stop now because he's looking all irky jerky. And that's well played. That's brilliantly played for 4 more. He just turned on it, and on the angle just helped it through mid wicket and picked up a beautiful boundary. That brings up the 50.
Beautifully played from Justin Greaves indeed. Bringing his total to 29.
Yeah, and Powell is on 9. For Powell, it's almost just like the anchor at the other end.
Yeah, and you know, with his experience, he probably, you know, say to himself that he needs to beat that man for Leeward Islands today in getting them past this total of 273.
Plus, he is capable of scoring quickly, so he can make up that stagger in a flash. There's a beautiful, just getting a little inside edge there, and that might have saved him on that occasion. But that's a pretty good delivery to end the over. 53 for 2 at the end of it.
And again, that ball kept very low as well.
So that variable bounce really coming into play here. Batsmen have to be watchful, and they brought out the hammer, and they're going to do a little bit of repair down at that southern end where Primus is running. No, Primus is, and I don't know if Primus is heavier than Goodrich, or you think he might be heavier than Goodrich?
Yeah, for sure.
So they'll do their little repair work. Just to remind you again, CCC posted 273 yesterday. Goodrich made 75. Henry made a brilliant 73. And Graves, the other Graves, batted well for his 58. There were other useful contributions from Kamil Puran, who made 18 after shaping very well. Yannick Otley also shaped well for his 24. And in fact, it was him and Henry that started the recovery for the CCC. That's after they had slipped to 44 for 3 and 59 for 4 at one stage. But then they got to 79 for 5 when Primus fell right after lunch yesterday. In fact, the first over after lunch. And but that's when Otley and Henry came together and took the score from 79 for 5 to 134 before Henry was eventually dismissed for a well-played 73. And his 73 was then surpassed by a brilliant knock from Goodrich, who top scored with 75. All seems to be okay. Primus didn't seem too bothered coming up the hill there.
Yeah, we see Kyron Powell just taking his time, you know, getting into his work.
So Primus, almost a similar field. He has two slips on a gully. There is a backward point, a cover, and a mid-off. A mid-on, a man at square leg and a fine leg. It's a pull shot. It's in the air, but it's gone. It's safe. It's gone well over the head of the inner ring and down to the square leg boundary for 4 runs.
Well played by Kyron Powell, being very watchful. And that brings up his first 4, I think, or second 4 for the innings.
Spends time at the crease. The runs will come for him because he can score so quickly. So I don't think he has to worry about not scoring at any period.
And now we see that that backward square is out on the boundary now. So could we see another short ball from Primus?
Yep. And that's Evelyn, the man who took that brilliant catch at forward short leg to get rid of Casey Carty for 6. He didn't add to his overnight score. And they're going to take a quick single and they're going to get it to. That's very well judged. And that's good cricket.
Yeah, and you know that's what experience brings for you. You know, he saw that he got a boundary in the over, and he just wanted to rotate the strike to get Greaves back on strike.
So a critical juncture here with the, when you consider the Windward Islands were bowled out for 191 yesterday. Trinidad and Tobago resuming this morning at 89 for 1. They lost 1 wicket late yesterday evening.
Yeah, they lost Keon Otley for 47.
That's a beauty from Primus.
But
and
a
no ball. Well, again, the bowlers have to be, that's the discipline here. You don't want to get a wicket off a no ball, you know, so see him just looking at the where his foot is landing there. You know,
Primus just taking his time.
Yep, he's adjusting his marker, and so maybe he has something worked out in his mind how to address that issue. This time he's playing and the appealing is out court. Well. He didn't think he touched it. Graves stood there, but he has to go, and that is a crucial breakthrough for the CCC.
Well bowled by Rashawn Primus, you know, just taking his time, back to his mark, getting, you know, a clear mind and bowling that delivery to get Justin Greaves out for 29.
So Graves goes for 29, and it's 59 for 3 now. And the bowling change worked.
Yeah, it did, and definitely it did. And now we see the experience of Jamal Hamilton is coming into the wicket now.
And here's a man who loads of experience.
Yeah, he recently played his 100th first class game for Leeward Islands. So he comes with vast experience.
Jamal Hamilton certainly one of those individuals who can really dig in when he has to. Like most of the other batsmen on the team, he likes to put bat to ball, loves to get on with things. But this situation may call for a little rethink. Maybe a little consolidation, and we'll see now. That ought to put a little pep in the step here for the CCC.
Yeah, it would give the guys some energy out there, you know, seeing that the sun is so hot. It would give them something to, you know, to fight for, to work for.
Shamar Brooks trying to make sure that everything is perfect as they hunt another wicket here. Primus again bang on target.
Well bowled by Primus, but very watchful from Jamal Hamilton.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know. We see it so often. Guys play some audacious shots when they first come to the wicket. Maybe it's just a nervous energy, just to, you know, feel the bat on the ball on the bat. But sometimes you could do that with a solid defensive push. That's well played, and he's off the mark. I don't think it has the legs to get to the boundary. Or does it? Yes, it does. It goes all the way. So that's very well played, very well timed by Hamilton, and he's off the mark with his second delivery, and that brings the over, successful over, that to an end. It's now 63 for 3.
Yeah, just a bit too full from Primus there, you know. I guess he was trying to search for that wicket, but you know, Hamilton just getting under it and crashing it into the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was really a good shot because he didn't seem like he hit it that hard, but you just saw he just closed the face of the bat and stroked it beautifully.
Yeah, it was just timing, and with those bats that we have nowadays, you know, all you need is just timing now, no power. As we see a change from the respect end, Blades.
And Goodridge is coming from the top end now. So we'll see if that helps his run up a little bit. But like I said, he still has a little incline. I think it will do his confidence a world of good if he could pick up a wicket here now. He's been bowling well. He just hasn't had any kind of luck at all. Plus he's been leaking runs. A little stifle appeal there, but clearly going down leg.
Yeah, just straying down the leg side and hitting Powell pads on the leg side for a leg by.
I don't know. I know we've been having a lot of camps, so I'm just wondering, if to the best of your knowledge, somebody like an Amari Goodridge, and even the Jediam Blades, you know, who I am seeing for the first time, you know, and I'm just wondering, you know, how does the West Indies Cricket Board, how do they harness this material that we're seeing here? And some of the others who we would have seen yesterday, like a Colin Archibald or even a Jeremiah Louis, you know, how do you now kind of hold them and, you know, help to fast track them by developing them? One of the ways is obviously playing. The more this level they play, it's better.
Yeah, and I think that's why, you know, West Indies cricket has reintroduced CCC back into 4-day cricket, so that these young guys could have that opportunity to play.
Yeah. And you know, it's such a pity that not too many of our players can get work in England, for example, which was kind of like the finishing school for so many of our great players in the past. That door, well, it's not shut, but it's a lot more difficult to get in now. And options, Australia is probably even harder. South Africa, just as tough.
But one good thing with CCC is that, you know, they have two very highly experienced coaches in that of Floyd Reefer and Pedro Collins, you know, who I guess, you know, would work with these youngsters to bring out the best in them.
Yeah, we've seen that. We saw, well, when you look at the Jamaica model, especially with their track and field, you know, a lot of their stars stay at home now and kind of work with their coaches, the local coaches, at home. However, maybe just subtly, we're seeing more and more the young stars now going back to the universities. That's well played again, and he's going to get a couple in the end. Not much that Evelyn could do about that. And the batsmen get two. And so I'm just saying, just quietly, because the more I see them, I see more and more of them now starring at universities now. So it means that that period, especially that Usain Bolt period there, where a lot more of their talent, their young talent, stayed at home. Quite a few more now are going off to university. And because university does two things. It gets you the degree one, and it gets you into an environment where you could train and then you compete. You know, you compete every weekend, literally. Thinking again of another single, but again, good, smart movement in the field and denying them that opportunity.
That's the end of the over.
Yep.
The score is 66 for 3.
Yeah, so it's good. It's good to see them getting the opportunities up to them now to take that opportunity. And what it does also, it you know, it's every day they wake up, they know this is the routine, you know, that you have to do. One of the things that we always marvel at with, say, a country like Germany, you know, we always say they could tell you what they're going to do, you know, 6 months down the road, like if they go to like an Olympic Games or they go to a World Cup or something like that. At every level, the format is the same. It's like they follow, you know, this blueprint. And you get up at a certain time, you know, you train at a certain, you have breakfast at a certain time, you know. So everything is mapped out, and you know, so there's no guesswork involved. Flicking at one, just getting the edge, and not able to hold it in there, Richards. And the batsman will get two, but Powell again. Just come in, probably came a little too far inside of that one, just nibbled at it.
What I could tell you, Ruskin, is that, you know, you mentioned about, you know, having a routine, having a program. Myself being a product of CCC, I could say that, you know, that there is a program, you know, that they follow a specific routine, you know, go through your works daily, your gym work, strength work.
And this one is over the head of the slip cord and down to third man for 4 runs.
Yeah,
Wasn't in total control, but productive.
Yeah, just a flash by Kyron Powell, helping it over the slip.
Yeah, because to me that's the only way that players can develop. And you know, I firmly believe in that kind of 10,000 rule. And if you hit the ball 10,000 times, you know, you do anything for that amount of time, it kind of becomes part of your DNA. You know, you get used to doing it, and the game slows down for you. Powell again, not in total control there. But we'll take the single.
Brings Hamilton back on strike. Yeah, and you know, you speak about hitting 10,000 balls. I remember, you know, being in CCC, and Kavem Hodge, who's playing Test cricket now, literally used to hit 10,000 balls per day. He literally had, you know, we had to buy back machines, bowling machines.
Because he would exhaust them. That's well played. That's gorgeous. And that too is going to run down the hill for 4 runs. Exquisite straight drive from Hamilton.
Yeah, brilliantly played by Hamilton. And you know, that again, that's the experience he brings. He would stay patient until he gets that bad delivery where he can pounce on.
And this is what we're seeing here from the Leeward Islands batsmen. They all come to the crease and they look so full of confidence right now. We saw that with Justin Graves. When he first came to the crease, he just took off. And it's a similar thing here now for Jamal Hamilton. Guys, how does he carry on? And this is the best way to carry on, is to do it again. And this one too is going to run down the hill for another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries, almost of a similar nature.
Yeah, and what Primus would want to do is not get that full delivery to Jamal Hamilton. You know, he would have all confidence now, having back-to-back boundaries.
And if he wants if he's going to pitch up, then you have to go right up in the block hole. Still trying to get another boundary there, trying to force that one through the offside this time. Not able to do so. Primus kind of goes through the motion of his bowling, and we now have to do that. So it's a good sort of response here from Hamilton and Powell.
We see Goodrich, you know, just taking his time back to his mark.
Yes, well, it's just 81 for 3 now, so that was a very expensive over. And that's what I'm saying. If you're going up, you go right up in the block hole. You don't want to be bowling half volleys. These are batsmen who are very capable of coming onto the front foot, and because they're so adept at, you know, like putting bat to ball, they will drive you, and you know, you kind of have to put it down in front of them and let them try to hit it on the up. This one goes again, and not in control. He was trying to drive that through the offside. It ended up at square leg. So,
from the look of things, Ruskin, Goodrich seems to be pretty okay on this end.
Yeah, he seems a little more relaxed at this end, and hasn't overstepped or anything like that. He looks to be deep in thought, though, as he goes back to his mark. And I'm sure he's probably has some things to work. He probably would like to work on one batsman for a couple of deliveries. And this is good running again. As soon as he played it, Hamilton was off on a scamper.
Yeah, quick single by Hamilton. You know, you just see Puran being on the back foot, you know, and just took advantage of that.
And this is what I'm saying. Goodrich would probably like to keep Hamilton, you know, for maybe 3, 4, 5 deliveries, or Powell, you know, for an extended period of time. When they rotate strike like that, you almost always adjusting your plan, you know.
Yeah, and as a bowler, it would definitely play on his mind, having that left hand right hand combination, you know, having to adjust the feel and whatever it is.
So I think they were just asking somebody to, they're just in the side screen.
Well watched by Powell, you know, just working it down to backward square for 1.
He's batting sensibly. He's batting, you know, this is like a mature innings from him. It's like reading the situation. This is what, you know, the situation warrants. He's not taking too many risks, although he's played an Found the inside edge a couple times. So just like yesterday, we have another very hot day here at UWI. And this one again is keeping low. That one hit the inside edge and onto the pad, but that one certainly took off. It just pitched, it almost rolled at him. And luckily, Hamilton, who's not a tall man, in fact, he's fairly short, he was able to get down in time.
Good watching by Hamilton. Just keeping his eyes on that ball, getting down his bat in time.
Yeah, that's the kind of delivery that could so disrupt your plans, because you not much you could do about it. Just as we were talking about Goodrich. But I don't have a problem with him stopping. The problem is if he continues, like he bowls a no ball. And worse yet, if that no ball gets a wicket, it's like, oh man.
It's well bowled by Goodrich.
Yeah, so that's the end of the over, and I think the 1 hour's play has been completed here, and so the players will get an opportunity at some refreshments. And we too will take a break, but at the end of over number 17 here, it's 84 for 3. So again, 84 for 3 after 17. The Leeward Islands replying to CCC's 273. They need another 189 runs, and they have 7 wickets intact. I'll welcome you back here. 84 for 3 it is. The players have been refreshed, and I'm sure they would have been looking forward to that little opportunity there, just to take their minds off the game a little bit and just get some nutrients into their system.
Yeah, definitely they would want that break to get some fluids in. Sun is so hot down at the UV Spec facility. Good start after the water break by Primus. Getting back into his work.
And we were just discussing the line to bowl here. And if you bowl on the stumps, probably more off stump, you two things can happen. If, like you say, if you miss and if the batsman misses, then you hit. But also you could kind of control scoring from there. This is well driven, but again, straight to Puran.
Yeah, with that with that inconsistent bounce, you would want to bowl wicket to wicket, because anything is possible from there with that inconsistent bounce. Could hit the pad, could roll. One could just roll and hit the wicket.
What's the worst rat you've ever seen in cricket? Or have you ever been a victim of one of those?
No, I definitely haven't been a victim to that. But I've seen it happen a lot of times in cricket.
I think the one that kind of sticks out in my mind was Prince Bartholomew bowling to Roy Fredericks. And it occurred at the Oval at a time when Roy Fredericks was going through a real tough patch. He wasn't scoring runs at all, and West Indies was getting ready to go on tour. And he needed runs badly. And Prince Bartholomew ran up and pitched this ball on line, but the ball just rolled after it pitched. Roy Fredericks didn't have a chance. And again, he's trying to help that one along.
Yeah, you would just want to pull that one down onto the ground.
Yep.
Seeing that Primus has a deep backward square, so he would just want to pull that into the ground to get a single or so.
Normally he would have a full-blooded swing at it, but because that man is there, he's just using his body to kind of just swivel and try to help it around. Again, another well-executed drive.
Yeah, Powell is just taking his time, seeing himself in still. You would want to think that his eyes would be in, but with that inconsistent bounce, you could never tell. So he would always have to be watchful while batting.
Primus though would love another wicket here now, right after the break.
Very watchful by Powell, and that brings you over to an end.
So again, good consistent bowling there, although he changed up things a little bit, a couple short ones, and pitched up a couple as well. And an indication that the bowler is trying to see if he could outfox the batsman and try to prize out another wicket here. The CCC will want to keep taking wickets. They wouldn't want what they did yesterday to happen to them, in that they had those two big partnerships. And there's another one that is right on target. And you can see Hamilton, he's already low to the ground, having to stay down there and keep it out.
Yeah,
he goes a little walk now.
Very watchful, very watchful from him. And just as we spoke about that inconsistent bounce, when you bowl wicket to wicket,
Again, nice line again from Goodrich. Yeah, he seems, like you said, he seems a little more comfortable at this end.
Yeah, and as he is a pacer, as he gets in more overs, he would become more relaxed and become more comfortable with his action, with his run up, and then he would get things right.
Big number 28 on his back. I'm not sure the significance of the number.
Well bowled again by Goodrich. Just keeping Hamilton on the back foot.
When you played CCC, did you get a chance to choose your number? Did you?
Yeah, I did choose my number for CCC. So I guess all those guys would definitely choose their number.
You always wonder how guys come up with some numbers. Like I was watching, we were doing the secondary schools game between the two presentations, Press Sando and Press Shagonas, and there's a player wearing 115. Is that a score?
Yeah, and I guess that would possibly be his highest score or some sort.
Yeah. How do you arrive at 115? But Ian is saying Gail had 333. I would imagine Lara would go with 501. Mix it up. You'd say, well, you could go 501, could go 400. That's good cricket, but then they kind of got in each other's way there, and they couldn't take it out. You could just see something looking to happen there. Motara was trying to come across just in front of Evelyn, and Evelyn did get a hand to it, but he seemed to, I'm not sure if he turned his ankle, he hit his wrist on the ground, but the batsman was still able to scamper through for a single when there should not have been a single there. They seem to have it covered.
Yeah, luckily they did not, collide with each other.
Right. Well, that was the other thing that looked on the cards there, because they both took almost like the same angle to the ball. So again, I think Evelyn is okay. He seems to be able to continue. There's a short ball that is put away nicely by Powell. That's bread and butter for him. He doesn't move very far, he just swivels in the wicket, and with acres of space out there, he used it to perfection there. That's 4 more to him, and that would put the score now on to 89 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, beautifully played indeed by Kyron Powell. He just waited on that short ball to pounce on it, knowing that there's no deep fielders on the boundary.
So we just got the update. Fernando Bigod lost 4 wickets, and that's I suppose that was how that crucial wicket of Utley late in the day yesterday.
And now we see spin into the attack, where Mario Graves replacing Russian Primus.
So he gets an opportunity now to see if he can impact the game yet again. And the good old Jumbo no longer with us, and sad indeed. I remember one time, I'll give you a joke about Jumbo. One day my family, we went to Canada, and we went to this mall called the Malvern Mall, and we arrived like the day before. So we went to the mall like the next day around midday in the afternoon, but my wife loves to shop at Victoria's Secret, so when she and my daughters go in there, I know I have an hour to myself. So I just went walking around the mall. All of a sudden, I'm hearing this person bowling, Ruskin Mark, hard, hard, hard anymore. It's John Boyle. All like that, man. That's a ball driven hard, and a lot of the pace taken off of it there again by Motara. But the batsman will complete 2.
Yeah, good stuff from Motara, just getting his hands in the way of the ball, allowing them not to score that boundary, just, you know, giving them that 2 runs. But what Greaves would want to do is start well. You know, don't give Jamal Hamilton any freebies to score off. You know, keep him as tight as possible, because, you know, as people have been saying, you know, the islands, they don't play spin pretty well, so he would want to, you know, keep that in the back of his mind.
This time he's using that big gap that he has in front of him there, and if the ball isn't turning as much, then that is a safe shot, because he doesn't have to worry too much about the inward movement. As if it starts to turn, is when he would probably, that shot becomes very dangerous. So they do have a slip and a forward short leg. And Powell goes with him again. That's a good shot. He was pitching up, and that goes all the way for 6 runs.
Yeah, beautifully played from Powell. Greaves being just a tad bit full, and Powell just pounced on that delivery, crushing it over the side screens for 6 runs.
Yeah, that's a good shot. It's a safe shot too, because there is no real risk involved. Once you get that kind of elevation.
Yeah, and you know, also it's just straight back past the bowler's head, so you know it's a safe shot.
So now the mid on still hasn't been dropped back. The long off though is all the way back on the fence, and he goes around the wicket now. Again, Powell looks like he wants to get after him. A little use of the feet there, so we're seeing Powell doing his bit here now to try to dominate the bowler, throw him off his line and his line early. And good adjustment from Greaves at the end. 7 runs off the over, and that would push it up now to 96 for the loss of 3 after 20 overs.
As we see Goodrich, you know, just taking his time to bowl his 6 deliveries.
Because he's coming from long off.
Far, yeah, from long off.
He's coming from a long way down to come this way. So it's obviously a bit of a hike. Plus he's bowling too, so you know, so that is, that's why it pays to learn how to feel close to the wicket. You probably be standing up and slip, and then you just go to the top of your marker from there. But when you're a boundary rider, that's one part of the vagaries of that as a bowler. That's well played, but it's well bowled as well, and brilliantly fielding there again by Pooran. Kamil Pooran was coming across quickly, put in a little dive and a tumble, but he blocked it and limited the batsman to just the 1 run.
Yeah, good work from Pooran. We see, you know, everyone's just taking their time. Sun's hot, so you know they would want to keep all their energy.
Yeah, everybody's conserving energy at this point.
That's well bowled from Goodrich.
If there's anything with him now, you could see his run up. He's kind of high stepping when he arrives at the crease now. So I'm sure he's deep in thought there, trying to really work out whatever issues he's having with his run up.
Very watchful from Powell.
And not much by way of sea movement off the wicket, you know. That we say in local parlance, he's coming through a pipe right now. And that's the thing, if he could just get one to move a little bit, you know, off the seam. Might be able to go past to the edge or hit the edge on the way past. That's well played. He get it on the full, and again Matara getting a hand to it and taking a lot of the sting off of it. So that brings up the 100. So 101 now for 3. And this is a far cry from what it was like yesterday for the CCC. When they got to their 100, they were in the 33rd over and they had already lost 5 wickets.
Yeah, and we see Powell and Hamilton just consolidating after that wicket. Watchful by Powell. And I'm still not convinced that Goodrich is as fluent as he wants to be. Just seems like in his mind he's not, 100%. He's not really running up with the kind of ease that he would like. Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to bowl that, that no ball.
And I think as a result his pace is down a little bit.
Oh, maybe, he could just possibly be tired, batting for his team, scoring 75, and then coming in this morning in this hot sun, bowling some overs.
Yeah, it's 101 for 3 at the end of that over.
Yeah, we see Powell is on into the 30s now, scoring 36. And Hamilton is on 20 of just 21 balls.
So Blaze, the man who took the 2 wickets, 2 for 20, 1 for 32 for Primus. Graves, his 1 over cost him 9 runs. And of course Goodrich, his 7 overs, 38 runs, his 8 overs, 38 runs.
And this is a better feel from Romario Graves, just being in his second over. He would want to have that long off out there just for protection, as well as that deep backward point, just to get into his rhythm before he changes the field. Because as a spinner, you don't want to start too full or too short. You just want to get your rhythm in before you get your work in.
And as a spinner, you want to get into a rhythm where you can start plugging away, and then you can start to experiment and do different things with the ball. And he saw Powell coming and quickly, just kind of with a quick arm action, just kind of dabbed it down in front of him. So he knows Powell is trying to get after him. He has a long off and a long on in place. A deep backward square.
Yeah, with those two guys out on the boundary, you know, it would give Powell some sort of, you know, curb on his batting. He will not want to play those risky shots. Watchful by Powell, well bowled by Greaves. Just bringing him onto the front foot.
So he knows Powell is probably trying to get at him. Probably get under him and try to lift him. This time he's on the back foot and hurriedly plays it out in front of him. Trinidad and Tobago now 154 for 4 after 44 in the 44th over. So that game is still not nip and tuck. It's close.
Close, yes.
And a lead, any kind of lead, could be significant.
As we see, Jediah Blades takes up the attack from the UV spec and giving Goodrich some quality rest time.
Yep. He's putting a good shift. Remember, he bowled from the bottom end first. So 102 for 3 now. Can he work his magic again and get another wicket?
Yeah, we see Brooks, you know, just using his experience, having a pacer on one end, working with a spinner on the other end.
So this is, you really say fast bowling is hard work. And when you're doing fast bowling under these conditions, it's doubly hard.
It's even tougher.
Yep. Because it's dry. The wicket isn't that much of a responsive wicket.
Watchful from Jamar Hamilton.
They must be thinking, let's just bat for as long as we possibly can.
Yeah, and you know, they would want to do that just to wear these young guys down.
What's the first aim would be to try to get to lunch without any further alarms or any other losses.
Again, well bowled by Blades, not giving Hamilton that room to score freely.
So that whole wicket to wicket scenario that we were referencing earlier, Hamilton has to be mindful of the fact that you can't go attempting big shots when the ball is right on about off and middle. You could just see a little pep in the step there of the players. They obviously want to keep the energy levels up. That's the substitute McCarthy, who is out in the field there. Coming into play again, so he's making the most of his time out on the field. He seems very sprightly, feeling it there in the covers. O'Dane McCarthy on as a sub. I think he might be on for Goodrich, but we'll see. And
A wayward delivery from Blades.
Actually, no, Goodrich is on down at that fine leg position. So we have a look to see who he is on for at this time. But that ball was wayward, and not much the wicketkeeper could do about that one. So 106 for 3 it is, as we see Graves starting a new over. Romario Graves from that southern end, just trying to tease Powell. He knows Kieran Powell is trying to get after him, and more than likely will try to use his feet. He's trying to go past him. If he does come down the wicket, he wants to be able to take the ball a little bit wider and take it away from him.
Well bowled by Greaves, just getting that extra bounce.
Here's a one again, just a stifled appeal. Powell has to be careful here. It's not the easiest wicket to sweep on. Seen quite a few batsmen get out attempting the sweep. Henry was among them. Was bowled neck and crop because he kept low. And again he was trying to go down the wicket at him there. Good fielding again by Matara, but he can't prevent them from getting that single.
Yeah, as we see, Kieran Powell isn't afraid to go down the track to the ball, which is good.
So I haven't seen Graves really spin the ball much. You know, he's I'm not sure how much revolution he's putting on it, but he doesn't seem to be able to turn it much. And if it's turning, it's slow turn. That is bowling. Well, a quicker delivery, and that one crept. You know, we were talking about the subterranean rodent. That one pitched and just went right under. Now Hamilton is a short man, and that still got under the bat there, and that went right on target, bowling wicket to wicket. And once the wicket does its thing, not much the batsman could do about that.
Yeah, that one kept very, very, very low. As we mentioned, that inconsistent bounce when you bowl wicket to wicket, giving Greaves that wicket of Hamilton.
So 107 for 4 now. So a good opportunity here for the CCC to try to continue taking wickets here. Try and see if they could maybe pick up another pepper or two before the lunch and interval, which is about 25 minutes or so away, so they have plenty of time.
Yeah, and we see the talent of the young Joel Andrews into the wicket now.
Powell is the mainstay of the innings so far. 21 to Jamal Hamilton, 29 to Graves. And he's going to get a single. Might have gotten a touch onto that one. So 107 for 4. It really puts CCC in a very good position. If they could keep taking wickets and maybe get a lead, 50 runs, 50, 60 runs, that could be significant. Because if they could add, a quick, maybe a 200, 220 to that, it means now the Leeward Islands chasing 300 in the 4th inning. That could be a big ask for them.
Yeah,
it also depends on time.
Yeah, indeed. And what CCC would want to do is, just stay as patient as possible and stay, tight, not giving them free runs. And
Andrews I think that one might have come off the pad. I don't know if he got bat onto that, but that might be strictly pad. So he's yet to get off the mark, and he's a player that I'm sure a lot of people exciting to see his progress, see how well he can follow up the kind of start he has to his career at this level, and just to see how well he can kick on. And the main thing, of course, would be big scores, consistently big scores. That always helps. That builds confidence.
Yeah, which is just seeing Powell taking his time.
Yeah, I really like the way he has approached this innings. And here he goes again. Again, I don't think there was much of a call, so that's another thing that the batsmen are going to have to work out. It was a single, so.
Yeah, it's been a very, very mature innings from Kyron Powell, being that leader for them in the batting aspect of their game.
So Andrew is back on strike now. And quick feet, stroking the ball up nicely, powerfully.
Here we see the young talented Joel Andrews on strike, facing to Jediah Blades.
And this time he lost the sight of that one. I'm not sure what happened there, but he took it on the buttocks, and certainly I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do there. He just seemed almost like he lost the ball.
I think he expected it to bounce more than it did.
So 110 for 4. So certainly an interesting development there, but I suppose he's going to have to work through this little period until he gets started. This is the wicket that I think, well, based on what we've seen so far, this is the wicket that CCC must be coveting now, and it will be interesting to see how Graves bowls to Powell, because Powell wants to use his feet to him, and again he's driving nicely. He's going to get a single, but if I was Graves, I would be happy to bowl to Powell for as much as I possibly can, because I feel he's going to give him a chance at some point. He's either going to try to launch him with a big one, or you're going to try to use his feet to him to get to the pitch, and Graves, I feel, is probably well aware of that too. Might very well get one to go past Powell if he comes down the wicket after him.
Rightly so.
In fact, if I was Shamar Brooks, I would give Andrew a single, and let's, you know, and let Graves wheel away at Powell. And he's going after him. Get this one down square. He's going to get a couple. And they thought about the single. Although there was a misfield out in the deep, he wasn't punished for it. But he certainly was trying to attack the ball there, Henry. And I suppose he almost committed the cardinal sin there. He went with one hand. So here's the matchup. Again, good tumbling effort out there. So the CCC are really making life as difficult as possible, keeping things as tight as they can. And Powell is going after this one, cuts it over the head of the inner ring. That's 4 runs.
Well played by Powell.
Yep, but I always feel he's going to give him a chance. You know?
Yeah.
You just get that impression. He's probably becoming a little impatient against Graves. He wants to get after him some. So there is the long on and the long off in position. Nice drive again, but no run there from Powell. He really looks to be in good nick. And he pushes up now to 44 at the moment. And it's 116 for 4. So Blades is going to continue. This is he's really putting in a decent shift here for his team.
Yeah, he's definitely putting a good spell for his team. And he would want to, you know, give his best foot forward, putting a show for these selectors as well.
Sure, he would want another wicket, and you know, if he keeps taking wickets, then they're gonna have no choice but to keep giving him the ball and let him do his stuff. But what another lovely day! I think the only thing we don't have is a water view here. This is real beach weather, river lime.
Well, bowled by Blades.
Which one do you prefer? You prefer the river lime, or you prefer to go by the beach?
I prefer
to go to the pool.
No, I prefer the beach.
Prefer the beach. Yeah, I think there are better views by the beach. So Trinidad inching up there, 170 for 4 now. You could just hear that effort. You hear the grunt from him every time he's really digging deep here now. He's probably running on empty as a matter of fact, because the sun is just grabbing energy out of you. But Blades, he's in his 10th over now. 2 for 22. When you consider when Justin Graves was batting, took a couple boundaries off of him.
Yeah, he did, but Blades, still stayed consistent, and his hard work has been paying off for him. Being the best bowler for CCCs thus far.
Yeah, and it's not just the wickets; it's just the way he's gone about his work. The wickets will obviously help give him confidence, but I'm sure he would say to himself here, one more. If I can get another one here now, we could get one before lunch. That would be perfect. That's a nice take by Richards.
Blades just string down the leg side there.
Because he's really trying. His head is down. He's probably feeling that sun in the back of his neck there and longing for the opportunity to go in at lunch and maybe put his feet up for a little bit. But before he can do that, he's going to give it another try. And that one really kicked off the wicket again. And this is an overthrow. It was backed up there, but it wasn't properly backed up in the end. Romario Graves was the man who had first bite at it, and then eventually it also eluded Henry, and it came all the way down here to close to the boundary, and the batsman would have got 3 runs.
Yeah, and I would definitely know that the head coach Floyd Reefer would be definitely pissed about that, because he is that type of coach where you
don't want to give away anything,
and he speaks about fielding a lot. He gives pride in his team's fielding well.
So 119 for 4, and those are 3 runs that they didn't really earn there. You just gifted them those 3 runs. But what it does, it brings Andrews to face up to Graves. You'd really like to see Andrews put together a good innings here. Of course, if you're CCC, you don't want that, but at the same time, if you're neutral, you would love to see him really just put his head down and get a good score. Powell, meanwhile, continues to roll along. Not really explosive, Powell, but so far he's had 5 fours and a 6 in his 44.
Yeah, he's just inching away to that 50 mark.
It's on the back foot this time.
Yeah, and it's good to see Powell play that anchor role for his team.
Rather than being one of the early wickets to fall, trying to force the issue, as we've seen so many times, where he tries to get after the bowling, especially the quicker bowlers. He tries to cash in early. And again, stroking this one nicely. And I think that just that fielder down at long on there is like, deterring him from really jumping down the wicket and trying to go for the big one.
Yeah, he would always have that in the back of his mind. If he mistimes the ball, it could go straight into the fielder's hand. So he would just he would just nudge that ball down to the ground for one.
Yes, another one bowled him. Another one, a quicker one. It stayed down. It kept very low indeed. And for the second time in succession, Graves was able to deceive the batsman with a delivery. Both of them were on the back foot. And on both occasions, the ball kept very low. and just crashed into the base of the stumps. So he goes for 5.
Yeah, again, and we see that, that inconsistency of that wicket when you stay wicket to wicket, with that one just being a repetitive action in that of Jamal Hamilton. The same thing that happened to Jamal Hamilton happened to Jewel Andrews. Playing on that back foot, ball keeping low and hitting the stump.
So 120 for 5 now.
And now we see Jeremiah Louis into the wicket now.
And here's a man who can also take the game away from you if you're not careful. He just loves to put bat to ball, and he'll have an opportunity here, but I think he may very well find that he has to,
and we haven't seen the big guy yet, Rakeem Cornwall.
Yeah, he's really dropped down the order. Yannick Otley is going to pick up the attack from the top end.
Yeah, and it's happy to see that Yannick Otley is back in to first class cricket. It's a pleasing sight to see him back on the field after a couple of years of not being around.
So Jeremiah Louis is at the non-striker's end as he watches Powell get ready to shape up to Yannick Otley. So a lot of chatting here. Shamar Brooks trying to keep the pressure on Powell. Has the long on in place. He has a deep mid wicket on the boundary.
Yeah, and you said that the Leewards would not want to lose that wicket just before lunch, and they did.
Yep.
Watchful by Powell.
So it was 121 when the wicket fell, 121 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good start by Yannick Otley. Just keeping Powell tight as possible. Again, well bowled by Yannick Otley, seeing Powell coming down to the wicket and just slowing it up a bit some more.
So this is going to be a bit of a test of his patience here now, Powell, because he probably knows lunch is right around the corner as well. And that one was turning towards leg, and he didn't have much of a problem with that. But now the right-handed Louis is going to be facing up to the left-arm orthodox spin of Otley.
Yeah, and Otley would want to take into consideration that Louis is new to the crease, so he would want to keep him as tight as possible to try to get that wicket.
So a heavily packed offside field. Just 2 on the, well, the 4 short leg isn't there, so 3 on the on and 6 on the off. There's a long on and a deep mid wicket, as well as that 4 short leg. There's no deep backward square. Everybody else on the offside, a slip. And now Shamar Brooks has decided he's going to come out to that silly mid-off position. And is it Kamil Puran who has gone into slip?
No, it's Romario Greaves.
Romario Greaves has gone into slip. Puran is at backward point. And is driving at 1. And somehow he pulled it on the onside to get off the mark. Not in the most convincing of fashions, but he'll take it. And so too will the Leeward Islands. So 123 for 5 now. And I suppose for a team that hasn't had much success in terms of their results, the CCC, to have the second place Leeward Islands in this amount of strife must be a good feeling for them. And in fact, I think the coaches will look at this as some kind of making progress as they go along. This is the 4th round. They're 0-3, and all their points are bonus points.
Yeah, definitely. And having that break, they would probably have consolidated with each other and find ways, to get those added points that they would need in this tournament.
So we see just a slip, and that forward short leg very close in.
Well bowled by Greaves, just keeping Louis on the front foot.
Sun is out. Our cameraman Joel is in and out of the shade. He's taking the burn.
As we see, a close-knitted field for Jeremiah Louis.
Now a slip, silly mid-off and a forward short leg. And he's driving. He's going to go for the run this time. And no problems there. Well backed up as well, because that could so easily have eluded everyone.
Yeah,
but
Goodrich was a bit too slow on that there. It's giving Louis that single, getting him off strike, putting Powell back on strike.
That's not too bad, because I'm sure Graves wants to go across him. If we could somehow deceive him. But Powell so far defying the trap that Brooks and Graves are trying to set for him. Now making sure that this might very well be the last over. So they're going to have a lengthy discussion, probably talking about lunch.
Well watched by Louis.
It's that quicker delivery that Graves is able to rush through. He's had 2 wickets already. I'm sure Louis must be very mindful of that. And again, the ball went right through the grasp there of Puran. He seemed to have it covered, and then he didn't. So that is the end of the over. That's lunch on day 2 of this 4th round encounter here at the University of the West Indies. They reached 127. And of course, to 127 for 5, and you would think that would be a fair assessment of how or fair indication of how play went this morning.
Yeah, for sure. And it's good to see that they consolidated.
Powell is 47 and Louis is on 4. So they still have some work to do here as they aim for that 273 scored by the CCC. The Leeward Islands take lunch on day 2 at 127 for 5 with Kieran Powell, the mainstay, on 47 at the moment, and I'm sure they'll be hoping that he could really stick around and see them through. They still need a further 148 or thereabouts right now. So they have 5 wickets in hand, or further 146 rather, with 5 wickets in hand, and so we'll have the action after lunch for you as the ground staff heads out to do some cleaning up so that the players will have nice fresh conditions when they resume. So check us in about another 35 minutes or so as we'll have play after lunch on day 2 with the Leeward Islands reaching 127 for 5, replying to the CCC's 273. Welcome back to the U-Respect here in Sidaguston as we get ready for play after lunch on day 2 of this 4th-round encounter between the West Indies Cricket Championships between the CCC and the Leeward Islands. And the Leeward Islands will resume after lunch on 127 for 5. And still with some work to do with Powell, who is ready to take stroke on 47 and Lee on 4 at the other end. And they're going to go for a quick single and they will get it too. That's good running. And although Lee was a little bit late in starting, and Powell is having a long hard look at him, but all the same, they're able to complete the run. And that's good running, as I say. Very good afternoon again to Christopher Ramshawan. Christopher, I think at this show.
Yes, good afternoon to you as well. Yeah, indeed. He has to be that anchor man in his team now. You don't want him to get out and expose that latter half of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting, which they don't have much to come in the dugout anymore. So he would want to stay out there as long as possible to see them through that 273 target.
These are the non-strikers in now as Primus will continue from the top end, switching ends now. Ready for a nothing delivery that Jeremiah Lee would be well advised to leave alone.
Yeah, Jeremiah Lee just playing a rash shot there and fishing for that one outside the off stump. A really a nothing ball by Primus.
It continues to be a brilliant day, nice sunny day. In fact, we've had this kind of weather now from the last month or so. It's been really hot.
Yeah, well, one thing, the guys would have some food in their system, so they would be rejuvenated again with that little lunch break rest as well.
We see a lot of players with their sleeves buttoned down to the wrist. Some wear the inner sleeve as well, and some wear other clothing underclothing as well. How comfortable is it under these conditions?
It's made for that, so
it's another one that keeps low.
Yeah, those sleeves, they have cooling systems in it, so you just use it for that particular use. So it's dry fit clothes they use, so it's all comfortable.
Because it's so hot, and I suppose a lot of players use sunblock or another. Just jumping into line here, a little bit of hopping and skipping.
Yeah, and what CCC would want to do now is, just try to get to that tail end as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think this is really the crucial period here. If you could pick up a wicket or two early, even if they don't get Powell, but keep taking wickets. But if you get Powell, of course, you'll be happy.
Maybe just being watchful.
So Primus doing a pretty good job there, keeping the pressure on and getting through his over rather quickly. It's just a one run coming from the over. It's 128 for 5.
Yeah, we see Romario Greaves to continue from that UE Pavilion end. Yeah, and Greaves has done a really good job for his team so far.
Yeah, because I thought he bowled well in that period leading up to lunch. There goes Powell again, but not going the aerial route, no, not going with the full blast. So he's just, if anything, he's just trying to get it past that in a ring. And
yeah, he's just being, watchful and just being cautious, knowing that he's the senior guy out there and he would want to bat as long as possible for the Hurricanes.
I think what helps too is the fact that he would have been in this situation many times before, so he has an idea of how to navigate it.
Yeah, definitely. And he has his partner Louis, who is no slouch with the bat as well. He could once he sticks around there, they could see the Hurricanes past this total.
Graves doing a good job just keeping things tight. Again, Trinidad and Tobago went to lunch at 181 for 4. So they're right within striking distance there. Yes, the one that that has been his wicket-taking delivery. The one that shoots along the ground.
Yeah, Louis being cautious and watchful at the same time.
So he has a slip on that forward short leg, plus there's a mid-wicket fairly close in. And well played, down to long on it goes, and I suppose that's the key here, just to rotate the strike without trying to do, without anything extravagant, just try to rotate strike and keep the scoreboard ticking over and just chip away.
Yeah, definitely, and they would want to keep that going for as long as they can.
Powell using every bit of that crease there, was right back on his stumps and kept it out. So good batting on his part, but there's a world of responsibility on his shoulders right now. I'm sure there'll be it won't be released anytime soon. He will definitely, unless he gets himself out. But once he sticks around, I think that weight of expectation and that responsibility is going to stick with him throughout the rest of this innings.
Yeah, I could tell you one thing, Ruskin. The sun came out even hotter after lunch.
As if it wanted to sap up what little energy they recuperated during the break. Again, he's reaching for a delivery that is so far outside the off stump. He has to be mindful of the fact that he too has to place extra responsibility on his wicket.
Yeah, watchful from Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, it's really this period here where I think, I'm sure they would have spoken to their coaches. They would have given them instructions as to what they expect now. So it's up to these players now to go out there and execute the plan that the coaches have gifted to them. And I suppose for the Leewards, it's about not getting out anytime soon. There he is again going there as a stifled appeal, but not a convincing one.
Yeah, good short ball from Primus. Just
the line, it was lined more towards middle and off stump.
Yeah, just urging Jeremiah Louis to play that pull shot. Again, well bowled by Primus. Just keeping Louis in check, not giving that free ball.
And that's the whole thing. If you're not taking wickets, then don't concede, too many runs. Just to keep it tight, keep the batsmen honest. And keep the pressure on for as long as possible. What they say, pressure bust pipe. That's what you're trying to do here. Build the pressure on him. He's driving that one. Is going to peel off a thick outside edge. Down the hill it goes. That's 4 runs. Primus was pitching up there a little bit, and although he had the width, Louis still threw the bat at it and got enough contact, enough good contact on it to get the boundary down behind point. So 4 more in the books. As a bowler, I know you don't ever want to get hit for 4 or 6, but you can't avoid it sometimes depending on what the plan is, and then you almost always still have to go back there. And again, he's still operating on that off-stump line, just on the off-stump, forcing Louis to play. And this time it hit the edge, but again it stayed down just that little bit, and luckily he was able to get the bat down and get enough batting to keep it out. It's the end of the over. 133 now, 134 for 5.
Yeah, again, and Ruskin, that inconsistent bounce again, just showing more and more as the pitch gets older.
When the CCC batted after 32 overs, they were just 95 for 5. They're going to have to hurry here. This could be interested. And he's out. Or did he? I'm not sure what the signal the umpire was making. I thought he had indicated that he was out. Apparently he made it so. But the umpire did have his hands up in an awkward angle. It wasn't over his head to indicate out, but he just kind of raised it up in front of his chest, maybe to indicate that he made it home by that much. So that's 50 to Powell.
Yeah, definitely played by Kieran Powell. He decided that he's going to be that anchor man for his team, and he's doing that rightfully.
So that was a close shave there. Again, Louis caught napping just a little bit, and luckily for him, he was able to kind of make up the stagger there. Because it's a 2-man game when you're batting. You have to be on the same page, especially with the running between the wickets. And you always have to back up and try to respond to your partner's call.
Yeah, and what you don't want to see in this, this 4-day cricket is runouts.
It's not a nice out to get. And Louis showing that he's quite capable with the bat. He just needs to find his groove and stay with it. Will be interesting now to see how Powell plays now that he's gone past 50. Down the wicket he goes and almost hit it back to the bowler. And he came down the wicket. He was dancing down the wicket, driving uppishly just to the right of Graves. And he survives. I'm not sure if he got a finger to it, but it was very close to him.
Yeah, and that shot was basically a half-hearted shot by Kieran Powell.
So the over comes to an end, and Powell survives, celebrating a half century. Certainly, he came close there to giving it away, which is precisely what the Leewards don't want at this time.
Yeah, we see the score is 137 for 5 at the end of 34 overs.
So Graves have 2 for 29 now. Another one that another one of those subterranean rodents that just seem to want to sneak under the bat there. Powell almost had to drop the bat on the ground to keep that one out. So all eyes on Powell here now. Can he get focused again? So after that near miss there, he certainly has to take stock. Already he's lost Louis for 4, Carty for 6, Graves for 29, Hamilton for 21, and Andrews for 5. They're the batsmen out. Big open space there for a comfortable single to Powell. Playing the field, whatever it is the captain gives you, you take. And then when you get the bad balls, you put those away.
Yeah, what CCC would not want to do at this stage is be lethargic and just let the Leeward Islands just run free with that first inning. They would want to keep them as tight as possible.
Again, Primus attacking the stumps here, just veering down on that middle and leg stump.
Although sometimes the wicket has been playing up and down, I still think from looking on, it seems to be easier to bat on as the day progresses.
It is a good batting strip. We saw that yesterday as well. And again, a short ball that Louis is not in the right position to execute that hook shot. Still plays it. Now, most times people who can't hook like to hook. they almost always seem to want to execute a hook shot. They look good when they're rehearsing the hook shot. But when the ball is actually there, 9 out of 10 times they're not in the right position to play the shot. But they rehearse it well. And it's the end of the over. It's another good take there from Richards, and and that is opposed the hallmark of a good wicket keeper, because we really haven't called his name much. He's just been very efficient, doing his stuff there. Because as easy as he made that one take, remember that ball bounced in front of him after pitching, hit the wicket, then it stayed down, so it bounced in just in front of him. But he came up with it quite nicely.
Yeah, definitely. Not much has gone past him for the innings so far, which is a good sign for a wicket keeper.
So Yannick Otley comes back into the attack. He bowled an over or so before the luncheon interval. He's getting an opportunity again now after lunch. I thought they might have persisted with him at this end, but apparently they will use primers and the other seamers on this end and maybe rotate the two spinners
on that end, yes.
from that bottom end. Now he's going with the breeze here now, so Kieran Powell might like his chances here. And again, starting too much on his legs. May not get to the boundary. And Graves is able to track it down. Saves a single.
Also, what we haven't seen thus far in CCC's bowling is the young leg spinner, Zishan Motara. He hasn't been introduced yet.
Introduced him as yet. And it's a similar thing. Maybe there's something the captains think about. They probably use their leg spinner sparingly. And because even Hayden Walsh Jr. wasn't introduced until very late yesterday. While all that carnage was going on, he was out of the attack. So Yannick gets a chance here now to maybe pick a pepper. It's a very loose delivery that is hammered away. And I think that's what he wants. He would like to get Louis on strike so he could kind of plug away at him. And, you know, so his length is a little bit off here.
Powell just making room and escorting that one for a single.
Yeah, again, a little bit of turn there because you saw the ball sort of jack back into Powell. And he had, so that's why I'm thinking bowling against Louis. He would probably like his chances a little bit better here because he could go across the right-hander. He has a slip in position and a forward short leg. Again, he's on the back foot, too short. He does have that protection at long on.
And that deep mid wicket as well.
Once again, a little bit of bounce there and some turn for Yannick Otley as that over comes to an end. And so one spinner gives way to another. And but if anything, we've seen Yannick getting a little more purchase.
Yeah, definitely we see that Yannick, you know, he's spinning the ball a bit more.
It'll be interesting if he can get his length adjusted a little bit. It seems to be a bit on the short side. So Primus it is who is continuing from that top end and putting in a good shift here for his team. So this pair they've put on 22 already for that 6th wicket. And that's well played. That could run away to the boundary as well. In fact, they could give up the chase now. It does reach the boundary. And that's 4 more. Again, Louis standing up nicely and punching it through the offside for a good looking 4.
Yeah, brilliant shot from Louis. You know, Prime was just giving him that room to back away to cut that ball through the offside. And what Primus would want to do is keep Louis, keep the ball closer to Louis, keep it on the stump for Louis. Don't give him that arm.
And if he keeps Louis quiet, it puts pressure on Powell to do the bulk of the scoring. And that might force him to try to do something out of the ordinary. A lot of chatter out there. People trying to keep each other focused. And that one is flicked away nicely. May not get to the boundary, and it goes within about a meter of that square leg boundary, and they're going to come back for 3 comfortably.
Very much just being a bit too wayward in his over so far. And that's the 150 up for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
It's 151 for 5 now. And they you know, bringing that deficit down all the time. I'm sure Shamar Brooks would love to see the back of these two. Maybe get 2 fresh faces out there in the middle.
Yeah, indeed. But Powell does not look like like he wants to give away his wicket at this stage of the innings. You know, he's being very cautious. He's playing with soft hands. So it looks like Powell is actually putting a price on his wicket. If they want to out him, they would have to work for it.
So just a slip in a gully now. And that's a good stop on the part of Primus there to his own bowling. And was a nice firm push by Paul to end the over. It's 151 for 5.
We would see Yannick Otley continues from that pavilion in. As we see the 2 batsmen just getting some refreshing drinks out there.
A lot of times those drinks come with instructions as to what the expectation is, or a reminder. This is what we spoke about. This is how you could go ahead. And I suppose it's just encouraging words too. You guys are going well. Coach just reminding you to do so and so.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't get out.
Yeah, definitely.
So immediately after 1 over, they brought back Gray. So maybe Yannick is going to bowl from this top end. I just felt his line, he was a little bit short at the bottom end. So maybe even the spinners have having some issues with their lengths from that end. Oh, not Graves. Graves has bowled beautifully.
Yeah, so far Graves has been, they pick up the bowlers along with Shania Blades.
And again, Louis doing well. And I'm not quite sure the player had his back turned, and they're gonna get a 1 over throw, and they're going to come back for 4 runs in the end. Well, what was really just a single ended up being 4 runs, all run.
Yeah, and I know that's really, really good thinking from the batsman.
I think Shamar Brooks need to sort of grab the bull by the horn here and just let his troops keep, as I say, keep your head in the game, just to let them know that is unacceptable. It was always a single. There was no chance of a run out. You didn't even need to throw the ball.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, you know, CCC would not want to let this game slip away from them.
Powell again is going to have a word. And of course, the wicket is bone dry, so there might be little divots appearing here and there, flaking, the wicket cracking and flaking.
Yeah, it seems to be getting very dusty. Again, well bowled by Greaves.
But that's not the quicker one. It's when he bowls that quicker one that improve on his length here, because that was the problem. So let's see with the door again, because it's like a dark hole in the back there. So. So I struck him.
Oh.
Ooh, hit him in the chest. As Powell was just trying to paddle it around almost, and Evelyn has struck a painful. But he's very close in there at that forward short leg position. He didn't get chance to get his hands up, and it struck him right in the chest. It looked like, or I think they're taking off the shin pads. Somebody else might have to assume that responsibility for the time being. He struck somewhere in the neck region, somewhere up there. And that is a painful blow. And look like he's going off.
I hope he's not injured too badly.
So he is going to be replaced, at least momentarily.
You can see is that Kamil Puran is putting on the bat pad stuff.
You could imagine what is going through Kamil's mind now. After that little incident there. He's probably saying, Skip, you sure you want me to go there? You sure? You sure you want me to go there? Okay. He's hoping that the skipper will say, alright, don't worry. Don't bother. But there's a nice little cloud cover for the moment. The sun is kind of ducked in behind a cloud. And there's a nice breeze blowing across UV spec here.
Yeah, it's good for everyone who's here. You know, well bowled by Yannick Utley.
Yeah, just a little bit quicker there. And even though he has put on the pads, he's not assuming that forward short leg position. Down the wicket he goes, and that one is hit in the air, but that too is going to run very close to the boundary. He won't get there, doesn't have the legs to get there, but they will come back for a third run quite comfortably in the end. Romario Graves giving chase.
Yeah, and we actually seeing that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have begun to score freely now. A lot of loose deliveries from the bowlers. Not keeping it as tight as possible as they should.
Yeah. Well, this is the matchup I'm interested in seeing, to see how Louis shapes up to Utley, and if Utley could find that length where he can bring him forward and then just turn it away from him. Because we have seen him get some purchase off the wicket. Richards belching out instructions. Still that length, his length is what is the worry here. He's not able to really consistently hit that length. That's just short of a good length. Again, he's giving him width, and on the back foot he cuts it hard for another boundary. So Utley stands there, obviously disappointed that he couldn't produce the goods there. He gets a good opportunity to bowl at the right-hander, and that's who I think he would really like to bowl at and ring away at him. But he failed to really bring him onto the front foot and try to go past him from there.
Greaves is still on the attack from the UE Pavilion end.
162 it is now for the loss of those 5 wickets. So they're getting close to bringing it under 100.
That's well bowled by Greaves.
And that's more the length that Utley has to try to find. And that too is giving him too much width, and on the back foot he's really feasting there, Powell. We saw it at one end from Louis, and now it's Powell who is taking advantage of short ball.
Yeah, and that brings Powell to 59.
Continues to soldier on here.
What the CCC would want to do is, just keep things as tight as possible. Keep those guys on the back foot all the time. Make scoring hard for them. Let them find ways to score runs without giving, free balls, free bad balls.
Or get themselves out trying to score the runs.
Again, too short by Greaves.
There is protection out there this time, so he's just got a single. And again, you just find it a little bit difficult to understand why the spinner can't really get that length and that line going. If it's a faster bowler, then you could understand that, but with a spinner you really feel that they should just be able to come and put it on that line, on that length, and work away from there. I mean, if you bowl 1 or 2 offline or so, you can give it, but we see now a consistent bevy of short balls.
Yeah, and that could stem from having a left hand, right hand pair batting in the wicket. You would always have to change fields, change your lines, change your length. So it would sort of throw off a bowler Who's bowling?
Again, a slightly quicker delivery, well played in the end, as they're able to just scamper through for, well, not on this occasion, but certainly they're looking for runs. You could see them trying to score without taking, too many risks. So 167 for 5. They still trail by 106 runs. So Powell leading the way here now. Easily the top scorer so far.
Yeah, Powell being that leader for his team.
And he's going to get more runs here as it races across the turf. It might actually get to the boundary just ahead of the man. No, he doesn't. He just pulls it in less than a meter inside the boundary, but about a foot or two.
There's good running from these two out in the middle there. They're pushing hard.
It's good. So that's 3 more to Paul. And like I said, this is the matchup that I think the CCC wants. They would like to see Utley bowl into the right-hander and see if he could take it away from him. But because he's been bowling so short, it's difficult to set proper fields for him. And that's a better length.
Yeah, that's really well bowled by Yannick.
And that was not bad, but that's well played in the end. And that too is going to run away for 4 runs, well ahead of the man at square leg, who is more forward than backward. And another boundary for Louis.
Yeah, we're seeing now CCC is just continues to leak runs. 7 runs coming off the over so far.
But I don't think they would mind him attempting that sweep shot, and especially if Utley could, adjust the length of it just a little bit. But you don't want to be bowling him short balls, so you can just rock back and punch it through the offside.
It's well fielded by the substitute McCarthy.
You could hear his teammates urging him on. And those last 2 deliveries were pretty well bowled. Good length, good line, and treated with respect. All you could do is just play them in front of him defensively. So the game right now is at a crucial stage where the CCC trying for all its worth to deny the Leeward Islands here, but the Leeward Islands finding ways to continue their scoring. It's 174 for 5 now.
Yeah, it's good batsmanship from these two, trying to find ways to score. Even though, they get a bad ball, they would put that bad ball away for a boundary, which is good.
And And again, just lazily done there by Graves. There's no way Powell should have been getting a single there. That ball was much too close to him. It wasn't even struck that hard.
That's well bowled by Graves, you know, making Louis force that shot.
Now the mid-off is up. The middle one is long to long on. Shamar Brooks doing some repairs to Louis' bat. The grip might have been riding up on the handle. Brooks, who probably would have gone through that on many occasions, knows exactly what to do.
Well bowled by Graves. It's good to see, you know, the CCC guys, you know, still cheering on the bowler, still giving that energy, which is good.
Yeah, because they need some support now. They need, not only do they need the support when they take wickets, but they need it now to help them to keep going, to inspire them to go on to take more wickets. Each time he's gone with him, there is a man out there, and well,
oh wow,
he's out caught. How did he catch that one? And that is Kamil Puran.
Brilliant catch by
coming
Kamil
up
Puran
with that catch. And really, Louis is probably cursing his luck here now, because he was swinging away at that one, and but yet still Puran kept his eyes on it and came up with the catch. Because I think everybody was looking down backward of square because he swung so hard.
I also think he got hurt as well.
He probably got a painful blow, but he stayed with it. So Raheem Cornwall is making his way to the wicket to replace Jeremiah Louis, who was out for 31, caught by Puran off the bowling of Graves. So it's 175 for 6 now. And
as we see the big man strides to the crease, big Raheem Cornwall.
so this could be another situation here where but this was the partnership, remember, in the first innings for the CCC. It was that 7-wicket partnership. Or rather, theirs was the 8-wicket partnership. They had lost 6 wickets at 134, and those two just kept probing away. It was 153 for 7, and they just kept going after that. Put on a big 129-run partnership.
Now, what CCC would want to do is, they put that squeeze on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes now, saying that they have a new, fresh batsman into the crease. They would want to put pressure on him.
There's Cornwall playing at one, and it went right through him and taken by Richards. So things starting to happen here again, and every so often as the game kind of dies down, something happens to bring life to proceedings again. 175 it is now for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yeah, and what Yannick Otley now would want to do is, you know, just build on that wicket there, and you know, give momentum, let momentum happen.
So Yannick Otley is going to continue. And this time it's Powell hitting this one nicely in front of square, and that one goes for 4. And because the left-hander is turning into him, so he's really just going with the tide.
Yeah, it would be easy for Powell to play that shot, as you know, Yannick Otley will be spinning the ball into Kieran Powell. So he goes with the turn instead of going against the turn.
That's the reason why, you know, as I was thinking, you much prefer to bowl to the right-handed batsman as opposed to the informed left-hander. And nice shot again by Powell. He's really timing the ball sweetly right now. So here's another opportunity for Otley, bowling to the right-handed Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah, Yannick, you know, Yannick would want to put all pressure on Raheem Cornwall. You know, don't make the scoring hard for him. Let him work for his runs.
And the question is, what mood is he in? Is he in an attacking mood, or he's immediately off the mark? And the big fella trots through for a single.
That's well played by Kieran Powell, being very watchful.
You could just sense Powell wanting to kind of get under him and get on with it, but the weight of the responsibility probably playing on his mind. We'll get a comfortable single and pinches the strike yet again. So Kieran Powell is the man who is really holding up the CCC at the moment. He's holding them up, but at the same time he's propping up the Leeward Islands batting. And Graves is the man who is going to continue. 182 for 6.
That's well bowled by Graves, just keeping things tight. Yeah, you know, it's good to see, you know, Kieran Powell's experience coming into play here.
For a moment there he started to come down the wicket at Graves, but Graves saw him coming And this is where Powell has to be so careful now. The bowlers know he wants to get at him or get at them, so they're trying to keep him from going through. And this is another one that kept a little bit low, but he opted to stay on the back foot on this occasion. Down the wicket he comes again, and does very well. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Gets another single, so he continues to move along here quite nicely.
That brings Rakeem Cornwall on to strike now.
And Cornwall also playing each ball on merit. So maybe you might consider bringing the leg spinner in for a couple, just to see if the wicket, what he can get out of the wicket. And we know leg spinners can extract good bounce and turn sometimes, even on a docile pitch.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm certain it would be in the back of Brooks' mind, you know, to bring on that leg spinner very soon into the innings.
It certainly is. It's another nice warm day.
By warm you mean hot?
Yep. It's humid. It's sticky. And that's despite a nice breeze at times blowing across the ground. And again, well, he just stuck that left hand down there, and Primus prevented that from going past him. But it looked like it was actually going to scoot past him, because that's a difficult place to field at that point position when a batsman is cutting. Every time the ball hits the turf, it tends to turn further and further away from you.
That's well bowled by Yannick Otley, bringing Cornwall in on his front foot.
This time he makes no mistake and he punches it square for another boundary.
Tad bit too short from Yannick Otley, and Cornwall has latched onto that one.
Again, they're going to have to plug that gap there if he continues to bowl short outside the off stump. And Rakeem Cornwall can score quickly, so you don't want to give him too many opportunities here early so he can get his eye in. He is chasing a wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, we all know Rakeem Cornwall is a no-nonsense guy. He isn't going to stick around.
So that's a little bit better, a little bit closer to the off stump. Again, another over comes to an end here, and you can just see, I just don't feel that Utley is as confident as he should be. Somehow the ball probably not coming out, you know, the way he would like it to. But that is the end of the over. A refreshment break for the players. We'll come back right after this. So we welcome you back here to UE Spec. Kieran Powell is up to 75, and no doubt the key man here for the Leeward Islands as they try to, they need what, another 85 runs? They're 188 for 6 at the moment. So I'm sure they'll be looking at this closely, and Powell again is the man, although Raheem Cornwall, Chris could play a blinder here. Change the whole complexion of the game.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. You know, he could just take the game apart in a couple balls. But what he would have in the back of his mind is, you know, his bowlers left to come after him, and he would want to stay out there with Kieran Powell, who's on 76, just 24 short of his first class century.
So it is a good opportunity for Kieran Powell here to probably try to get to triple figures. Raheem Cornwall though is on 6, just getting started. I'm sure he would like to probably strike a couple big blows and bring that deficit down as much as possible.
Oh, that one kept low.
Yep. And you look at Raheem Cornwall there. He's just towering over everybody around him.
That's well played by Raheem. Yeah,
Yep.
indeed. The bat looks like a junior bat in his hand.
As they say, some people say it looks like a toothpick in his hands as he wheels it around like a little broomstick. So he's at the non-striker's end now. And for a moment there, Kieran Powell was looking to force that one, but a little bit of bounce there. He goes for a deep one, and that one just eludes the man at mid-wicket there. And it's going to run down to that deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, big heave by Kieran Powell.
Yep.
And a diving effort from the substitute, Odin McCarthy.
He was going against the spin there on that occasion. And just as he looked to be playing, as you say, playing each ball on merit, he produces that little cow corner shot and that slug sweep. But he got away with it. So I think he probably, I'm sure Cornwall is probably telling him there's no need to play that shot right now. It's 194 for 6 now. So Shamar Brooks is persistent with Utley. So obviously he feels that Utley can produce a wicket-taking delivery or two. And again he beats him outside the off-stump. And he looks so much better when he pitches the ball up. Just a little bit more. Once they're playing off the back foot, they have so much time because it's slow turn. When he's on the front foot, he looks a totally different bowler.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Yannick Utley just needs that confidence from his teammates.
So another well flighted delivery that Cornwall is able to turn away on the onside this time, covering the spin. Now this is the matchup that the Leewards want to see.
That's well bowled by Yannick Utley, just not giving him that room to score freely.
And he bowled it a little quicker as well. Don't just float it up there for him. Here he goes again. Solid contact, and he clears the fence this time, gets a 6.
That's a big heave by Kieran Powell.
At the moment.
And that leaves Kieran Powell just 14 short of his century.
Because he's been there so long, even when the ball keeps a little bit low, he's able to see it out and keep it in front of him as well. 201 for 6. Just a little comparison here, Chris. The CCC got to their 200 in the 66th over. Right now, the Leeward Islands are just what in the 49th over, 48th over. They're up to 201.
Yeah, and you know, just after lunch, you know, Leeward Islands has been scoring pretty freely. I'm not sure if the CCC, you know, they got lackadaisical and just decided to sit on the back foot, but that gave the Leeward Islands Hurricanes the ability to score their runs a bit quicker and easier.
I think he must consider bowling the leg spinner now, just to see what he can get you. Down the wicket he goes, he's dropped it! Well. Right in his lap there, he moved nicely towards it, and it came straight at him. Would you believe it? It went right back out as well. And that is what they were playing on. He wanted him to use his feet to get to the off spinner, and when he did, they couldn't hold on to the catch. And certainly that was the wicket right there that they were craving. You know, we were just talking about concentration levels, and you want to keep your concentration levels up, because all along that's what they've been, you know, working towards, to get him to use his feet and come out to the off spinner.
Yeah, I must say that's well bowled by Greaves. You know, just getting him to go after that one.
And this one is in the air, but it's going away, and it just bounces off the body there and down to the boundary, and over the rope it goes for another boundary. So Raheem Cornwall starting to free his arms a little bit.
And you know, dropping a crucial catch like that in this hot sun, you know, could.
It's double jeopardy. There he goes again, peels off a thick outside edge, and that too is going to run close to the boundary here at third man. And but Henry.
Yeah, big slash by Raheem Cornwall. But Ruskin, how crucial could that drop catch be for the CCC?
Yeah, he was what, 86, 87 at the time, 86 I think it was, and certainly that's what they were playing for a long while. Once the off spinner came on, and they just felt that they had a chance getting him caught either in the deep, trying to get under one, using his feet to get out there, or caught in a ring there. And it went according to plan, and unfortunately they spilled the catch. And it wasn't a difficult catch, so he did everything. He moved nicely into position and couldn't hold on to it. So very, very disappointing there from Yannick Otley. Sure, he must be playing on his mind.
Now we see a change on the north end, which is Jediah Blades replacing Yannick Otley.
And at some point, you knew you had to bring back one of his quicker men, so going with Blaze, the left-hander. Blades has picked up 2 wickets already. So Graves has 3, Blades 2, and Primus 1. they are the wicket takers. And Graves could have had a fourth one a short while ago when Kieran Powell was dropped by Yannick Otley on 86.
Now, what I think Brooks is doing here now is possibly slowing down the game a bit by bringing back on that seamer to not allow them to score so freely and fastly.
So Blades is coming back now. This is going to be a crucial spell for him also. Two for 25. Make that 2 for 29.
Oh, misfield by Goodrich down at the boundary, costing them 4 runs. And again, CCC is just giving this first innings away to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
So this is the period where the concentration, you know, and if you think of the fact that they haven't won any games so far, I'm sure they were going through patches like this where, you know, they just come out flat and everything just seemed to go wrong, but nothing a wicket can cure. Chance for the run out, but on this occasion Cornwall is moving quickly, and I say quickly, guardedly.
Yeah, and if you watch at the CCC players now, you know, they are all just, you know, down shoulders. No one is supporting each other, you know, which is not a good look for them.
Yeah, they certainly need to pick me up here right now.
The only guy you're hearing on the field is actually the wicket keeper, Mario Richards.
He's trying to keep them in the game. They're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. And that's another well-played shot off the back foot again. And because Raheem Cornwall is out there, Powell has to remember that where he could have taken 2 previously, he can't even consider attempting a second run, because Cornwall is not the type of player that can move quickly between the wickets. When he gets into that little trotting grape, it's difficult for him to change gears.
And Cornwall seems to be batting the pace even easier than the spinners.
Well, the thing is, it's coming on to there. He doesn't have to move, you know, so it will be a little bit easier for him. He doesn't have to go fetching the ball, especially the ones where the spinner kind of flights it and he has to kind of reach it outside the off stump. However, if Blades is able to line up the deliveries well, wicket to wicket, he too, I feel, can go get past Cornwall's bat. And this one just running away, tailing into the right-hander. I'm not quite sure what type of captain Shamar Brooks is, but you don't hear him much. You know, he's kind of like the Carl Hooper type. You know, that's brilliant. Brilliant, simply brilliant indeed.
That's a brilliant shot for Kieran Powell.
What are we to enter the 90s? He just goes racing along. So we're at 2:15 now for the loss of 6 wickets. And Kieran Powell is threatening to bat his team out of danger and maybe even to a first innings advantage. Still have some ways to go, but he's on 92 now. It's up to 219 for 6, is it?
Yeah, it's 219 for 6.
Here is Cornwall again, not prepared to just sit and have the spinner dictate to him.
You know, it's good to see that Greaves, you know, is still being consistent after bowling 14 overs.
And again, a big hee-ho there from Cornwall. The thing about it is that these grounds are not that big in the sense, in terms of meters, so he could easily clear the ropes here with relative ease. And without really breaking much of a sweat here. He is going right across this one, and he was pulling away down the leg side, and I'm not sure if he was struck in front, but he was certainly fooled by that, the pace of that delivery, and he was trying to hit right across it. And luckily for him, the umpire didn't find favor with the appeal.
And Brooks didn't look too pleasing about that decision by the umpire, as well as Romario Greaves.
Yeah, well, that's gone. You have to try again. Kieran Powell came down and had a little word with Rakim Cornwall. I don't know what he would have told him. Next time, make sure and hit it hard out the ground. And this time he's swinging away down behind square. Gonna get one. So he's certainly chancing his hands here a bit, Rakim Cornwall. I think he wants to get on with things. Find this single thing is too much running. And that's the end of another good over from Greaves, as he takes his hat from the umpire. So Kieran Powell just closing in on a deserved 100 here.
Blades to continue from the UE spec end. Haven't seen Zishan Motara yet into the attack.
So Cornwall it is now who will take. It's a focus of attention here. Bladestow trying his best here to try to pick a pepper. This one is in the air, but it's running away, and it never looked like he was going to get around to it there at all. Romario Graves was really spun around there on that occasion.
Safe in the end for Cornwall.
So Powell, who is on 92 at the moment, is going to take strike again. He's edging that one. At least it touched the pad. I thought it had come off the bat, but actually it touched the pad. He might have been struck just outside the off stump. And that is probably what saved him there. So he's trying again. Karen Powell has what, 9 first-class hundreds, 5 list A hundreds to his name, including a high score of 139. Averaging just about 31.5. First class cricket, 7,858 runs.
That's good figures.
Yeah, the average is probably a little bit down, just averaging 31. And in list A cricket, the average is even lower, 29.9. So a big opportunity here for him to get his 10th first class 100. I'm sure it's something that is on his mind. From the moment he stepped out to bat, especially this morning, you kind of saw, you know, a kind of determination in his play.
Yeah, and his only mistake was that, you know, hitting that ball straight to Yannick Utley, but unfortunately Yannick dropped the catch. That was his only chance for the day.
Certainly it was. He survives, and it's the end of the over. So I think everybody is be rooting for him to make it his 10th first class 100. I think the 500s we had were in one day list day, one day cricket. So it's a big opportunity for him here to kind of .221 for 6.
Yeah, now we see a change in the southern end. Romario Greaves is out of the attack, and the young leg spinner Zishan Mutara is in the attack now.
We were asking for him for some time now. Can he come and do the business here for his team, wearing the number 4? I think Ian would tell me what 4 is in play with. I'm not sure what it is.
I know it's good to see that CCC actually gave this young man an opportunity, being only 17 years old.
And he does have a little bit of cover. He has a long on and a long off, as well as a man on that deep cover boundary. He's bowling to Cornwall, who's going after him, and it bounces in front of him, and he loses the keeper. Cornwall wanted a quick single there. Surprisingly, Powell sent him back. This time he's in and he's out. He hit it straight this time, and Utley makes no mistake this time. And the youngster, in his first over, gets a wicket.
It was long overdue for the youngster. Doing well. Getting that breakthrough for his team.
So we were talking about that. So he goes for 22, and it's 221 for 7 now. And we were talking about that a lead of 50, in that region could be significant in a game like this. The question is, though, can CCC reproduce the batting performance that they did in the first innings a second time around? And I think that's the big question. So that's why I was thinking a lead like that could really be a big help.
Yeah, and I think once the batsmen, put their heads down and bat and say, you know what, they're gonna see out CCC to a respectable total, they will, because numbers 8 and 9 got those runs for CCC. So the batsman didn't really produce anything.
The ones at the top, yeah. Because if anybody at the top gets a 100 or a big 50 or so,
Yeah, now we see here in Walsh walks into the crease to join his fellow Leeward Island Hurricane partner, Powell.
And Hayden Walsh is no slouch with the bat. We know that. He is showing great ability to not just hit the ball, but he can also stick around and hold an end. And I think that's what they're going to ask of him here. But here's the irony. He will be facing the leg spinner.
Leg spinner to leg spinner.
Leg spinner to leg spinner. But I think this would be that would have been a big moment for the youngster to get the big wicket of Raheem Cornwall. I think when he goes back to school, he could always say, I got Raheem out, In fact, his teammates or his classmates or whoever might be already penciling that in as part of the conversation when next they meet.
Yeah, and I think in his last encounter or previous encounter, he had figures 7
wickets. Yeah. So he doing it now. Now, Hayden Walsh Jr. I think they just need to make sure and get the field right here for him. And that's a good feeling to his own bowling. So finally, Shamar Brooks decided to pull the trigger on the young man, and it has paid off for him. Can he bite? Can he get pick another pepper here? And Good fielding again. And, they always say if you can't field well to your own bowling, then too bad for you. It's your runs that you're conceding there, so it's always good to see a bowler giving that extra. He is sweeping. That's going to be leg buys. You're going to get a couple.
Chases.
Too comfortably to end the over. So a good first over from the young man Matara. He picked up the wicket that of Rakim Cornwall for 22. Cornwall and Powell actually posted a decent little partnership. They put on 46 for that 7th wicket. And Cornwall's contribution was 22. So, doing his part. Now it's up to Blades. Let's see if Blades can limit the scoring here of Kieran Powell. Two for 37, 1 for 45 Primus, 3 for 54 Graves, Utley North for 40. And we just had the young man Matara picking up the other wicket. And that's another well bowled one there, right up in the block hole. But Powell again, who's been there throughout the entire inning so far. And that's the other thing here, he's in position to bat through the innings.
Yeah, and it's good to see Blades, just still continues to run in hard and bowl. It shows that, he's a fit young guy.
And what I'm looking at too, his run-up looks a lot better now that he's bowling with the older ball. He's really giving it a good go. And that's stroked away nicely. That too could run down the hill and over the fence. I don't think they're going to catch it. That's 4 runs. So that's very well played. Again, finding the gap. And I think that was key to that shot. He hit it all along the ground, but he also hit it in the gap. And piercing that offside field down to the cover boundary for 4 runs. Takes him up to 98 now. Or 96 rather.
Yeah, 96.
So he's 4 away from his 10th first class 100. And this one is hit nicely. That 2 is going to run away. It bounces 1, twice, 3 times and into the long on boundary for 4 more. So that is the 100. So Kieran Powell gets his 100.
Yeah, it's brilliantly played from Kieran Powell. It shows the class of him and the experience he has and what he brings to his team, the value that he brings to his team.
So excellent batting from Kieran Powell. He's the only one for both teams to get 100 so far. 123 balls. And this is cutting again, a little bit aerially, but well away from any of the fielders in the slip cordon. So now the focus, I would imagine, would be on how can they limit the other batsmen. If they can't get Powell out, how do you restrict the others and even dismiss the others as quickly as possible? I would like to think that Heaton Walsh Jr. will probably play a bigger role with the ball when CCC bat a second time.
Oh,
And that one
went past
stayed down.
everybody.
Yep. And it's 4 runs, so it actually hit the outside edge and went past the wicketkeeper on first slip down to the boundary for 4. So they really now have to be mindful here of the situation. It's changing rather quickly. So it's up to 232 now. Rather 236 for 7 at the end of that over. Powell not making use of that full toss. Really should have banged that away. But you wouldn't hold that against him. He has 100 to his name. And again, Matara is feeling well to his own bowling.
Yeah, and you know that's good as a bowler when you can feel to your own bowling. You know, it's a plus to your game. It's well bowled by Matara.
Far, he's been pretty tidy. We haven't seen too many like short balls or like ranked long hops, as we all know leg spinners are inclined to do.
Yeah, and I mean, for a 17-year-old having that much control, that's a good sign for his future.
A little bit of spin back into Powell there. Just cramped him a little bit. If anything, he'll probably have to put on a little size and get stronger so he can really wheel that hand over a little bit better and put more revolutions on the ball. But not a bad over when you think about it. Kept Powell quiet in the main. So it remains 236 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago now 272 for 7. Having already taken first innings points.
That's well bowled by Greaves, just bringing Heaton Walsh on his front foot.
So Mohan made 52, 47 to Utley, 56 to Jason Mohammed, 87 not out to Tion Webster. So he's the one carrying the load with the lower order. Unfortunately, he lost Hines for 8, Carey Pear for no score, and Brian Charles for no score as well.
Greaves keeping things very tight here for the CCC.
That would be an 8 wicket down because Charles just got out to 272 for 8 right now.
Well bowled again by Greaves. Just keeping things tight.
So we're talking about leads. If Trinidad and Tobago could get a lead of 100, maybe, just to give them a little bit of an advantage here going into day 3 tomorrow, and then it depends on how well they bowl this late afternoon, maybe after tea. So another over from Greaves, another good over from him, keeping Hayden Walsh Jr. quiet.
That's well bowled by Zishan Motara. Just getting Kyron Powell on the back foot.
Rain in the Guyana Happy Eagles game against Barbados, 377 for 7. But rain has curtailed things there. 236 for 7 here. Stifled appeal there, but not out, says the umpire.
It's beautifully bowled by the youngster. Just drawing Hayden Walsh onto his front foot.
And this time he's going to get a comfortable single.
Hayden Walsh trying to play that sweep shot.
There was Powell trying to give him the charge, and the youngster saw him coming and quickly tried to push it across him, forcing Powell to have to skip back in his crease here. And that one runs off the edge and it goes past the slip cordon. Shamar Brooks never really moved, so it might have been some distance away from him. And repeating the shot that got him a single earlier. Picks up another one, so just keeping the scoreboard ticking over, and without taking too many risks. I think they recognize now that there's still plenty of time in the game, and no need to go helter-skelter about things.
As we see, Romario Greaves continues from the UE spec end.
Yeah, 240 for 7 now. Powell is on 103. A splendid 100 from him. Of 123 balls, 11 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, Powell, you know, he crafted his innings really nicely.
Yeah, he took his time. He didn't try to do too much early. This one is just running away there, and you could see looking under the bat there and trying to get to that one, but couldn't really see it. Kamil Puran already took one catch in that position. And that's well played by Walsh. He's using the gap and scampering off for a single. So one by one, they're just chipping away here.
You know, it's still good to see, you know, the CCC keeper still cheering on the guys, even though no one is actually, you know, chirping on. He seems to be the live wire for the team.
Yep. So let's see how Powell approach things now. Oh, and that one goes right through him. Not a good bit of fielding there from McCarthy. Seemed to have it covered until he didn't.
Yeah, and you know, CCC fielding have been inconsistent. Some parts were good, some parts were bad. And I think that's an area that they could improve on.
So Powell just waiting for some of the students who are going into the gym at UE Spec. Well, Graves completes another over. Powell not prepared to just throw away his hand after he's crossed his 100. I think he might feel that he needs to be there for maybe to bat through the innings to see if he could take his team past that 273 scored by CCC. It's now 243 for 7.
Yeah, definitely. He would want to be that guy to be there till the end. Seeing that he has been batting the most. So he would want to play that role for his team.
So now they've put that man there, that short, fine leg. For that paddle, stifled appeal there, as was Walsh, who was playing that little paddle shot there. And picked up 2 singles in the previous over. Now they've placed a man there, Kamil Puran, to try to plug that gap, to try to limit or prevent him from playing that shot. You have to be impressed with what you're seeing from this young man. He's really Zishan Matoro. Motara rather, he's really come on here, and after not bowling at all, he's been given, not able to get on with the scoring as again not able to really take advantage. That was a nicely flighted delivery.
Yeah, Motara just teasing Hayden Walsh with that delivery.
And this time he will get the single, and doing well playing it with a straight bat.
What CCC have been able to do for the past few overs is lessen the scoring rate of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They aren't able to score that freely as they were going.
And that's thanks mainly to Motara's brilliance. So 244 for 7. Powell is 105 not out. Hayden Walsh is on 8. So they take tea at 244 for 7. And as Kieran Powell obviously will be the center of attention, as he has notched his 10th first class 100 as he makes his way off the field. No doubt pleased as punch, but more importantly, giving his team a chance here of maybe getting first innings when it's all said and done. As he makes his way off the field, we'll take a break here at T. The Leeward Islands replying to CCC's 273 within striking distance. They're now 244 for 7, with Kieran Powell leading the way with an unbeaten 105. Kieran Powell trying to get down to the youngster, but Motara doing a good job keeping him a little bit quiet, and he seemed to jam the finger as he came down to try to get to that one, and he as they say, he probably got shocked with the bat. He probably hit him at a bad angle, but you saw him chipping coming down, trying to get to the pitch of the ball, and then had to check and just pat it out into the offside. Goes for a little walk. See, come back after tea. Remember, they resumed at 2:44 for 7. Powell is 105. This time he's gone with it, and that's very well played, and that's going all the way for 6 runs. So Kieran Powell certainly holds the key here now to a first innings advantage. So it's 250 for 7 now, and Kieran Powell continues to push on here. They were 29 runs adrift at tea, and that will help. It's going to get another single here, all the while taking the fight to the CCC bowlers. And so far he's been winning. Remember, he was put down, went on 86, and boy, has he made them pay for that. And this one is gone. He could be out, straight down the throat of the man out in the deep there. And they were waiting on that. They knew it was a matter of time before Walsh would have a go. And eventually he hold out. So he goes for 10. So 253 for 8 now. The Leeward Islands. So Motara picks up a second wicket here, and this youngster has done very well. In fact, he's bowled really tidily since coming into the attack, and I suppose the captain would probably have a little more faith in him in the second innings. And will probably give him a bowl a little bit earlier to see if he could impact the game in a significant way in that second innings. But tip your hat to Kieran Powell. He's batted through so far. He's seen 8 wickets go down at the other end, but he has gone past 100, and what a superb effort that is for him. So Colin Archibald is the new batsman, batting at number 10. Can the CCC get a first innings advantage in this game? So that completes the over. So well bowled by the young man, picking up his second wicket, 253. It is for the loss of 8 wickets. Remember, the target is 273, so they are just 20 runs away. And I'm sure whichever team, especially the CCC, they would have relished a bigger advantage if they can somehow dismiss the Leeward Islands under that 273. And then the pressure is then back on them to post another good total, maybe even better than the 273 they scored in the first innings. And that, you remember, came after 2 big partnerships. But now it's going to be interesting to see how Kieran Powell plays. He has just the one slip, and he has a number of players. There's a backward point and a cover, but everybody else on the boundary, as well as a mid-wicket. But everybody else spread out on the boundary. There's a long off, a deep cover. There's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Not so much backward, but dead square. So if he could chance his hand and go across the line of the off spinner, or will the off spinner drag him outside the off stump and go past him? There he is again, trying to run. He's going to have to hurry, and the return comes in, but it's a little too late. Archibald is able to gather steam, and using those long legs of his, just groping across the ground. Not much that Pooran could do about that. So one more to Kieran Powell. So now it's Archibald who that's a wayward delivery way down the leg side. That's going to run all the way down the hill, and it goes for 4 byes. Well, not at this stage, and he's been doing such a fantastic job, both the bowler and the wicketkeeper. But on that occasion, they were not on the same page. I think he was trying to see if Archibald would run down the wicket at him, and he'll probably pass him down the leg side, maybe effect a leg side stumping, but it went horribly wrong. The ball stayed down, it never got up. This one hitting on the pad, he's out LBW. He just pushed forward there, and that ball right there beat the bat, and there was the pad right in line. And that is the end of Archibald. So 9 wickets down. Now it's 258 for 9. Archibald LBW to Graves for. I just want to double check his score here, if he troubled the scorers at all. But certainly another crucial blow here as the CCC tried to secure a first innings advantage here. So the last man is out. There's 4 runs made by Archibald. So trying to see if they can wrap it all up here now. Durham. So now 258 for 9, and can they wrap it all up here now? And how will Kieran Powell shape up here? Does he go hell for leather, try to get as many as he can? Or does he have faith and the confidence in Durham at the other end? But he's going to come up against the little leg spinner in Motara, just 17 years of age, and showing control of a man way beyond his age here. It's gone right past that outside edge and just missed the off stump, but not by much, as Powell has made his intentions very clear. He is going hell for leather And I would be surprised they have like 4 men on the boundary on the onside. And he won't take the single. They're actually giving him the single, but he's not interested. He's probably going to, as they say, bring out the whip and stick here and try to hit for the fences. And over the fences, more importantly. And not interested in a run there. So 2-5-8 for 9. Kieran Powell standing between a first innings advantage here. Right on target again is the young man. And they're not bringing in the field, so they're going to play it like that. It probably would have been wise for them to bring somebody in at mid-wicket, but they decide he's going to leave everybody out because Powell might very well try to launch. And this time he's going to get the single down to point. So he goes to 114 now. So 259 on the board, and an opportunity here for Daniel Durham. Can he keep the leg spinner out and give Powell a chance at the other end? Hit straight back to him, and well fielded, but he probably took it on the finger there. You can see him hopping and skipping as that completes the over. 259 it is at the end of it. 259 for 9. Kieran Powell 114. Blades 13 overs, 2 for 50. Goodrich 8 overs, 0 for 38, 1 maiden. Blades had 3 maidens. Primus 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45. Graves 19 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 63. And he's looking for a 5th here. Keon Otley 7 overs, 0 for 40. And Motara 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 13. So those are the bowling figures so far. And young Motara doing very well. 2 for 13. Here is Kieran Powell waiting for something that he could launch. And sooner or later his patience is going to run out, and he's probably going to jump down the wicket. He comes, he's bowled him! Just as I was saying, sooner or later he's going to launch himself, and he came down. That's the 5-wicket haul there for Mario Graves. So 259 all out. So what a display, a really fantastic bowling display here from the CCC. In fact, they batted well, and they followed that up with some good bowling as well. So Kieran Powell bowled for 114, just failing to bat through the innings. And Daniel Durham was not out at the other end. So a fantastic display yet again. And Romario Graves 5 for 63 from his 19 overs. Primus had 9 overs, 1 maiden, 45 runs, and 1 wicket. Amari Goodridge, the unlucky one, he had 8 overs, no maiden, or 1 maiden rather, 38 runs, and no wickets. And Blades, who started so splendidly with those 2 early wickets, one last night and 1 early this morning, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 50. Otley, there's 7 overs, cost 40 runs, no maidens, no wickets. And the other wicket taker is the youngster Zishan Mutara. He bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 13 runs, and picked up 2 wickets. So a splendid bowling display from him and from the team. But tip your hats to Kieran Powell, 114. But the Leeward Islands all out for 259. It means that they have a 14-run deficit. The CCC will start their second innings with those with a 14-run cushion. It's not big, but who knows? It could very well be significant when it's all said and done, the way this game is and the way the wicket is playing as well. We'll take a break and we come back for the CCC's second innings coming up next. As we welcome you back here to UE Spec here in St. Augustine. We're getting ready for the CCC's second innings of this game, and congratulations to them. They've kind of turned the tables here on the Leeward Islands to some degree, taking a first innings advantage, just a small one, just 14 runs, but I'm sure they'll relish that opportunity and try to build on this now. It's just a 14-run cushion that they have, but they all count. So it's just that scenario here, and it's now a question of can they build on that partnership, on that little cushion that they have. It's just 14 runs, and immediately it's just down that leg side, Jeremiah Louis. In the first innings, he had three for 54 from 14 overs, 2 of which were maidens. And as he's out caught, that's a brilliant catch there. Kamil Puran just came forward and pushed at it, and it really was a half volley. He could have hit it anywhere he wanted to. In fact, he could have hit it harder, but instead he pushed it, and there was Louis putting his left hand down. And coming up with a splendid catch. So Kamil Puran goes caught and bowled by Jeremiah Louis for no score. It's 0-1. Or so Sadiqi Henry is the new batsman, and obviously a lot will be dependent on him. He made a splendid 73 in the first innings. But what a start this is for the Leeward Islands. Not a run on the board, and they picked a pepper already. So, and that is really the challenge for the CCC, is to try to duplicate what they did in the first innings and see if they can get a big score in somewhere in excess of 200, 250. And this man is going to be crucial towards that. But Jeremy Louis is obviously buoyed by that wicket. And I'm sure he's going to come rushing in here now, trying to add a couple more before today is out. This is only day 2, and we're already in the third innings of the match. So the game is moving along fairly quickly. And that's well played. That's going to scream across the ground for 4 runs. As easy as you like it. That's very well played there from Henry. Just kind of taking the steam out of the momentum after that wicket. The Leeward Islands were chirping, and then he just uncorked that beauty of a drive for 4 runs. It just sped across the turf. going to get another comfortable run as he looks to be picking up from where he left off in the first innings. Looks quite at ease against the quicker bowlers. So the scores again, CCC 273 and 5 for 1. Goodridge made 75, Henry is 73, Graves made 58. Leeward Islands in reply 259, Powell 114, Kieran Powell, and Romario Graves 5 for 63. And that's on the striking him on the pad. There's a loud appeal for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. It might have been struck outside the off stump. And again, it kept very low, and he was a little bit square there, Evelyn, and lucky to survive. So at the end of that over, 5 for 1. So Raheem Cornwall is going to pick up the attack from the southern end, the captain taking responsibility. So he obviously feels that spin could play a role. We also say congratulations to Tion Webster. He got 100 for Trinidad and Tobago in their game at the Oval. And easy as you like it, Henry gets another one. He goes to 6. Yes, again, there won't be much turn initially, but it's the bunks that could be the biggest bugbear here for these batsmen. So again, Hayden Ward Jr. parading in that mid-wicket region. You don't want to take chances by him. And that's well played by Evelyn. Didn't try to go after the bowler, just allowed it to spin onto him. 2 runs from the over, takes it up to 7 now without loss. Or 7 for 1, I should say, with the wicket of Kamil Puran falling without a run on the board. In the very first over, bowled by Jeremiah Louis. So with 7 runs on the board, now they have a lead of 21 runs. So effectively 21 for 1. And surprisingly, it's a fairly well spread field. He has a point on the boundary, just 2 slips. And then he has a cover and a mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a man just behind square, as well as a fine leg. So he has 4 on the onside. And 5 on the off. And just hustled there just a little bit, but again, Louis just drifting into the pads just a little bit. I think he's going to attack the pads a lot in this innings, especially if the ball is going to keep low from time to time. And Henry, lucky there, he was looking to drive that probably straighter, came off the inner portion of the bat, but he hit it all along the ground. You could see the hands go up. That was good pace there, good movement as well after pitching, and it just flew past everyone. And you could see the keeper taking it over his shoulder, just about shoulder height, over his left shoulder. But then, having said that, Hamilton is not the tallest of individuals. Ian Waston would have been skipping across to take that about waist height. So CCC 8 for 1 in their second innings, and that one is hit in the air, it's going there, and he drops it. Well, and look at who's out there. You would bet your house that he was going to take that one, and would you believe it, Hayden Walsh Jr., maybe the sun might have played a part in that too, because he is wearing the shades out there, and for precisely that reason, and he probably just lost it because he took it very low, or he attempted to take it very low down, and succeeded in getting his hands to it, but then he grasped it, and so a life there for Henry, and that could be crucial, because Henry is really, he is so integral to this innings and to this team. So again, the over comes to a close 9 for 1. It could so easily have been 9 for 2 had that catch been taken, and it would have been a great catch because the ball surprisingly traveled that far and gave him a chance, Hayden Walsh Jr., to try to get under it. And that one is driven powerfully. Again, Henry taking up the challenge there to come down the wicket to Cornwall. And I remember my good spinning friend, Leo John, used to say, don't come down if you can't go back. And I'm not sure if he played a shot or if there was any touch on the pad. It goes into the boundary of fine leg, and it's going to be byes. So he didn't get a touch. And so 4 of them, so they're going to take those as well. You know, Evelyn has a strange try. Plays this one down to final. He's going to get 2 comfortably. If you look at him, when he gets into his batting stance, he's crouched very, very low. Almost his hands are almost under his knee and almost touching the ground. Look at how low he is. And then he kind of picks it off the ground. And he's swinging at this one again. It eludes the keeper. And they're going to come back for a couple as well. So it's buys again. Sure, the batsman would have liked to have been credited with those 2, but it seems as if he didn't make any contact at all. Hamilton, though, seems bewildered that it was signaled as buys. And another easy run for them as they push on here now to 17 for 1 at the end of that over. And I'll make that 18 for 1. Once again, congratulations to Tion Webster for Trinidad and Tobago getting 100. And it's a young man who has shown some of his brilliance earlier. Kind of went off the boil a little bit, seemed to be overlooked. And now he's back, and that is good to see. So it's 19 for 1 at the end of that over with that single taken. Louis is going to try again. He has 2 slips. And they're going to get another well-judged single. Not much Powell could do about that at mid-on. And Evelyn, remember, took that nasty blow while he was fielding close in. So I'm happy to see him out there batting. Took a magnificent catch early on. And that really gave the team a lift. But then he got Powell swept at one and struck him somewhere in the chest region. And that's well played. That's going to run close to the boundary. They're going to comfortably come back for a second. So Louis just guilty of a little bit of drifting into the pads. And I think because he knows that the wicket will do a thing or two, especially with variable bunks, so he's probably targeting the pads. There is a loud appeal for an LBW, not out, says the umpire. I was a little bit stifled. I don't think they were as confident as some of the previous appeals. So again, Kamil Puran out for a duck, second ball. Brilliant caught and bowled by Louis. And that was another peach of a delivery there from Louis. Pitch and it took off. And it went through again. Hamilton having to climb to take that one. That's a fine take. That one was way down the leg side, and you could just see the capabilities of Hamilton. Not a tall man, but he went across there Gordon Bank style and clutched that one in both hands into both gloves, and then did a little tumble. Looked so spectacular doing it, but we've seen him do that many times over the years. Really a heart and soul cricketer. So that concludes the over there with Louis. So 22 for 1 now. And even though it's a small advantage that they have, those 14 runs are looming large, because right now they're effectively 36 for 1. And in a game that could be a low-scoring affair, any advantage at all could be crucial in the general scheme of things. So it will be interesting to see how they maneuver this afternoon session, as Raheem Cornwall trying to see if we could induce a little bit of bounce there. He does have a leg slip and a forward short leg close in on the onside, and again that's what he's playing for, that little jump to see if they're coming back. There's going to be problems here. He was coming for the second run, but he misses. Well. Henry didn't seem committed to that second run, but Evelyn was flying coming back for a second run. He was coming to the danger end, and Henry, for whatever reason, just seemed to freeze at the bottom end. But what a splendid pickup and throw by Casey Carty. Unfortunately, when the ball was gathered at the non-striker's end, Raheem Cornwall backhanded through, missed the stumps. If he had struck, I think Evelyn would have been in dire straits. But he survives. And they're going to take another well-judged single. So these two are batting sensibly. They're not taking too many risks, nothing too adventurous. And Evelyn has to be careful though with the way he's playing off that hip there. There's a leg slip there precisely for that. And he will have to be so just the 3 men on the offside, including a slip, and that completes another quick over from Raheem Cornwall as they try to hustle through their overs, giving their bowlers every opportunity to get at the batsmen and try to see how many wickets they can take. 24 for 1 after 6. So a little bit of breeze blowing across the ground. We've had that at times over the last 2 days or so, but it has been hot and dry. This time played in the air and a little away from Louis on this occasion. He already had one cotton bowl and he was flirting with another one there. But this time it was well away from him, played uppishly by Henry. Again, he's right on target there, just forcing the batsman to respect a good ball. And so this is really the big examination here now for CCC. They haven't really been able to put together two big innings so far in the tournament. They really need to do something special this time around. They got 273 in the first innings. If they could get anywhere near that, I think it would be mission accomplished. And that one kept very low indeed. And now why is, can you tell me why is Evelyn not running? Because the ball went so far from the wicketkeeper that he didn't really have much of an option than to run a comfortable single. And Henry this time wanted the single. It would have been a bye because it struck Hamilton and it bounced, it ricocheted away from him. He had to turn and run it down, and they didn't get a bye, not one out of it. But as they say, all's well that ends well. So they're still there, but Hamilton is in some discomfort because that delivery was pushed down the leg side. It bumped in front of him, and as he went over with both hands to try to gather it, it seemed to just jump up and hit him somewhere in the forearm, and that is always painful because of there isn't that much flesh. Sometimes it hits the bone just above the wrist there, and that could be very painful indeed. So the umpires are allowing they probably might just get a little refreshment in the meantime, but they're keeping a close eye on Hamilton to see what is the extent of that injury. The physio, Tony Ann Grant, is out there rendering assistance, as she always does. So 24 for 1. CCC in their second innings. Kamal Puran made a second ball duck. Brilliant caught and bowl on the part of Jeremiah Louis. Just kind of stuck the left hand down in his follow through and came up with the catch. Those are the kind of catches that have to stick, and that one did. But since that time, Evelyn has been joined by Henry, and Henry is 11, Evelyn is 7, and they've pushed on to 24 for 1 so far. Again, there are 3 other games being played all across the Caribbean. There's one at the Oval, Trinidad and Tobago involved there. They have a lead of 100. In fact, they made 294, Trinidad and Tobago, and that would be a lead of 103. And in reply, the Windward Islands are 4 without loss in their second innings. The Guyana Happy Eagles, finally they're playing cricket again, and they were bowled out for 436 in that one. So that's a pretty good score for the Guyana Happy Eagles. 142 overs for their 436. And Hamilton is getting ready to resume. It looks like he's gonna suck up the pain and try to play through that pain. You ask him for pain, he'd say, pain? What pain? He's such a gutsy young man. So here we go as we get ready for the resumption of play. And in that, Guyana Happy Eagles score 436. Chandapal made 40, 28 to Nandu, 55 to Imla, 87 to Anderson, 72 to Sinclair, 90 not out to Virasamy Permol, 37 to Gudakish Muti. So good scores stuttered all through the innings. And this one is going to run down the hill. They've gone for 1, and that's going to run for 4. So again, with minimal fuss, Henry just opens the face and cashes in. Roach had 2 for 52. McAllister had 1 for 76, 1 for 80 to Jason Holder, 1 for 42. Reefer, 2 for 52 to Holder. Actually, Jason Holder had 2 for 52. And veering down again, Warwican had 2 for 98, and Braffett not for 29 from his 4 overs. So pretty good score, and be interesting to see now how Barbados responds to that. No interest there at all. So the end of the over. So Cornwall it is who's going to continue. So 28 for 1, and CCC just trying to consolidate their position here and not kind of fritter it away. They're in a good position, but they're not in a strong position right now. At some point, Cornwall is probably going to have to assess this experiment here by taking the new ball. If he doesn't get a breakthrough soon. This could be a quick opportunity here, but they certainly had it under control. And it's good, sensible batting here, not taking too many risks. And I'm not sure how much longer Raheem Cornwall is going to continue. Henry almost fooled on that occasion. You could see the leg slip and the forward short leg. The hands go up for a short mid wicket, and this one is cracked away, and that goes flying through covers for 4 runs. He was pitching up outside the off stump, and I think Rakeem Cornwall is going to have to reassess his situation here and look at the possibility of maybe getting one of the quicker bowlers on and see if they can't prize out another wicket, because the rate at which these two are going, if they stick together for any extended period of time, they could bat themselves into an impregnable position. It's 35 for 1 now. So Louis it is who is going to continue. He's been bowling very well, and they're going to need him to try to prize out another wicket. Combined campuses all told. To bring that total to 50, which is a good start. So they effectively 50 for 1. But in their second innings, they stop and start over. And a little bit of a lifter there, just a little extra bounce. So 36 for 1 at this point. Going after him there again, and Hamilton is having real difficulty there gathering that one, and that one again bounces in front of him, and that's part of the vagaries of a wicket like this. It's so dry, some are jumping and others are keeping very low indeed. So just a one slip, and the gully is way away from him now. So the Leeward Islands trying here for some success. These two have been ticking along quite nicely. And I really do think that that experiment with using Rakeem Cornwall up top didn't work as planned, so now they may have to go to plan B. Henry, quick adjustment. Louis has been bowling very well indeed. Bowled well in the first innings and continues that form in the second. And good discipline again from Henry, not being tempted outside that off stump there as the over comes to an end. As it remains 36 for 1 at the end of the over. So Daniel Durham is going to pick up the attack from that southern end, just as I suspected. Because I didn't think the idea to bowl Raheem Cornwall worked. And here is the first delivery, and really Evelyn was just going after it, and the ball not much by way of spin, and he saw a chance to score there, but he also opened himself up to the possibility of getting an edge. But it's so unusual. He just went after that first delivery. And Durham does have the ability to bring the ball back into the right-handers. And that one is cracked away. That's beautifully played by Evelyn for 4 runs. Really, the man was chasing after it, but really he was just escorting it down to the boundary. No chance there. That's Nathan Edwards, the substitute, who is on the field. And had a long chase, but to no avail. And a nice follow-up there from Durham, bringing him on to the front foot. Again, Durham, remember, had 4 for 37 in the first innings. Louis had 3 for 54. And that one came back at him and again took the inside edge. And that's good bowling again. Just coming in with the arm, a little bit of drift in towards the right-hander. And again, you could see the bowlers really targeting the pads there. And that brings the over to an end. So 41 for 1 at the end of that over. So again, combined campuses and colleges 273 in their first innings and 41 for 1 in their second innings. The man out, of course, is Kamil Puran for no score. Brilliantly caught and bowled by Jeremiah Louis in the first over. In fact, the second ball of the innings. But since that time, Sadiq Henry has joined Damiel Evelyn. And they have seen it up to 41 for 1. And with that score, they have a lead of an overall lead of 55 runs at the moment. And remember, they bowled out the Leeward Islands for 259, thanks to Kieran Powell's 10th first-class 114. Romario Graves had 5 for 63 to follow up his score of 58 in CCC's first innings. So a fine all-round performance from him. And the youngster Motara had 2 for 13. Bowling his leg spin. So 2 for 13 for the youngster. Bowled very well. He's bowled him. Again, that delivery coming back in at him. Evelyn squaring up and really not giving himself much of a chance there. And he was as square as the door, they say. And that one just came back at him a little bit. Louis was striving for that for some time now. So he goes back for 15. Ball Louis is 41 for 2 now. So here comes the main man for the CCC, Shamar Brooks. He made a duck in the first innings. He faced just 2 deliveries. He got one that squirted and hit him plumb in front. And so I'm sure he'll be hoping to make amends. And I think his team needs him to produce something here. We all know of his quality. And I think he too understands that he has to deliver something for his team. And this is as good an opportunity as he will get to really stake a claim. He would have seen Kieran Powell but sensibly to get 100 and 114 before he was bowled, being the last man out. So now it's really a question of, can he produce something here, Shamar Brooks? We've seen him very stylish, very hooper-like, as they say. Never seemed to be in a hurry, but on this wicket he's going to have to really be prepared to react to the movement of the ball, especially the ones that keep low. And Jeremiah Louis again has his second cherry for the evening. Or as we say in local parlance, 2 for spit. And again, driving there is Shamar Brooks, but again coming across the line with the angle and finding the ball coming into him and having to play with the tide. Goes for a little walk and tries to limber up. So too is Henry at the non-strikers end. These two, if they can put together a good partnership, they could put CCC on solid footing. Right now they're threatening to do that, but the door is still wide open for the Leewards. And this one is ending up down at fine leg. Louis is not at all amazed. He's bewildered as to how that ball ended there, or how did Brooks get a touch onto that one, as he was really aiming at the pads there, and Brooks went right across it. Luckily for him, he got a touch on it and is off the mark. At least he avoided the dreaded pair. Which is always good for any batsman or any cricketer for that matter. Even if you're a bowler and you get a chance to bat, you want to score a few runs. And unlike Wilson, who was out for a duck this weekend, you know, he doesn't play cricket for 5 years. In the first innings, make a duck. That's not a good return. And that one is going to go fine, but there is cover down there at fine leg. So Louis just drifting into the pads. You could see him. He's really trying to attack the pads a lot. And on a couple of occasions, he's probably gone leg stump just outside leg. And now he's going to try from around the wicket. See if he could get the radar back towards the off stump. So 42 for 2. I'll make that 43 for 2. And here is Shamar Brooks again. Seems so casual. Just hanging the bat out there, trying to play a cut shot that really is there's Louis again, back over the wicket. So Shamar Brooks wait for whatever feeling adjustment. And he just kind of inches forward and plays it out quite competently in the end. So he is yet to get cracking here. Just a couple of runs to his name, but I'm sure they'll want him to really stick around for a long while. So four does well to his own bowling, and this is the time of the year again when we getting ready to celebrate Easter. I think a lot of people look forward to that. Here in Trinidad and Tobago, the tradition is Easter Grand Prix cycling up at Arima, 2 nights, and then 1 night at the Velodrome in Couva, where the sprints will be taking place. A young Trinidad and Tobago team selected. In fact, this weekend, I think is in Japan, they're visiting one of the UCI Olympic qualifying events. It is taking place, one of those World Cup matchups for some of the top cyclists in the world, including our very own Quincy Brown, of course, going into Kieran. Nicholas Paul will do the sprints and the Kieran. And I think we have Campbell, Akil Campbell, who will participate in the multi-event Omnium. So, a big weekend for our local cyclists, plus here at home, the return of Southern Games, track and field and cycling down at Skinner Park. And I was down there last week to do the Luces Brothers Memorial Cycling event. A lot of fun, a lot of good races. And former Olympian Jacine Phillips also participated in that. I saw the future of TNT cycling, some nice young talented riders, plus of course the BMXers, always exciting. Durham falling on a good line here, and keeping things very quiet at the moment for the CCC. So 43 for 2 at the end of that over. Again, CCC made 273 in their first innings. The Leewards in reply, 259 all out. They fell short by 14 runs. So with that advantage, CCC trying to build a formidable total here, but they, after a stuttering start, they lost 2 wickets already. And they'll be hoping that they can at least consolidate and push on. They don't need to score quickly. What they need to do is keep wickets in hand. Today is only the second day. They still have 2 full days after this to really put themselves in a strong position. But they're going to have to bat well. This bowling attack is a good one. And this man is dangerous every time he has the ball in his hand. Jeremiah Louis. And once again, he's kind of targeting that middle and leg stump, asking Shamar Brooks to play across his body, across his pads. So we'll see if he continues or persists with that line. And again, Brooks yet to get started. You can see him rehearsing. Really looks a picture when he's flowing. Everything seems so easy with him. You don't know where he generates the power from, but it's mostly timing rather than brute force. And you know, he's at that stage now where he should be producing a lot of runs, especially at this level. Yeah, he's edging, and luckily for him it went down and didn't go to hand, but it was stopped nicely and slipped. But that one went down after he played it, and now you could see him very concerned as he taps away at the wicket. And when you hear Shamar Brooks, I remember hearing about Shamar Brooks since he was a teenager, and how much talent he possessed. Some of my friends from Barbados always brought up his name in terms of his quality, but it took him a while to convince first the Bajan selectors and then the West Indies selectors. And here he is, really just calmly playing. He makes cricket look so easy. Everything is sort of languid and deliberate. Very cool when he's at the crease. He reminded me of a batsman from Tobago, who was, I think it was Daniel was his name, not Alston Daniel. Alston was his spinner, but he was so quiet. He would stand and slip and wouldn't say a word. You wouldn't even know he's next to you unless you look for him. And when he batted, it was the same thing, but he was really a solid batsman. But when he spoke, I mean, he didn't really whisper, but everything came out so softly, you know. He didn't really raise his voice for anything. Henry is probably doing the smart thing. He too is trying to kind of set himself a long one, and that completes another over. 44 it is now for 2. And you know, this is the time of the game where both teams are trying. One team is trying to consolidate, the other team is striving for success, for a breakthrough. And it's who really has the stronger will at the moment to deny the other. It's not easy because as a batting team, especially a team that hasn't had much success all season long, when you get yourself in a good position, you want to capitalize on it. You don't want to give it away. So 44 for 2 it is, and Shamar Brooks, the captain for CCC, waits on Durham and strokes it. Again, you could see the bat. I suppose this is kind of like the Rohan Kanhai style. The bat kind of makes a twirl when he's batting. And I think the plan here is to try to turn him around, force him to close the face of the bat. and maybe one might straighten. And that really was an ugly shot there, an attempt at a shot by Brooks. It looks totally out of character playing that shot. But it's just, I suppose this is really where somebody like Shamar Brooks, who would have seen other players, other young players, come up and go past him on the West Indies team. And so he has to, in his mind, he has to figure out a way to get back into the good graces there. And he was on the back foot there, flirting with danger. As again, Durham getting one to keep low, but coming back at him right on target there. You miss, I hit. So that completes another over, 44 for 2 at the end of it. So Archibald is going to get his first taste of action in the second innings. When I say so, with the ball, that is. Sporting a big number 1 in his back. And immediately drops on a pretty good line there. Archibald has toiled and toiled and toiled. Didn't get a wicket in the first innings, not for 35 from his 11 overs, 2 of which were maidens. He saw Louis pick up 3 for 54. And Durham had 4 for 37. And another well-judged single again, pushing the score into 45 now for 2. Cornwall and company cannot lose patience here. They just need to keep plugging away, try to keep things tight. Again, you could see Shamar Brooks really digging in here, not prepared to try anything too outrageous at the moment, or nothing too extravagant. Nice breeze blowing across UV spec here. As I say, this is good kite weather. Your little long large will go up quickly. And that's very well played, and that's going to run down the hill for 4 runs with a minimum of movement and with consummate ease. Shamar Brooks just stands up and almost blocks the ball, but he guides it off the face of the bat and down to third man, vacant, and that's 4 runs. So sweetly played. That pushes the score now on to 49 for 2. And they really need him now. They brought the gully back. Well, he's more second slip than he is gully. And Brooks just allowing Archibald to guide it outside, to let it go outside the off stump. So the players asking for some kind of support, trying to support the bowler here. And that's one kept very low again. Shamar Brooks was living dangerously there. And luckily for him, he was able to keep that one out. And that is the end of the over. And that could so easily have been another wicket going there. But Brooks did very well to bring the bat down in time at the end of the over. 49 for 2. It is the CCC in their second innings. So they open the one on the other end? No, yeah, just kill the mic. So the shadows begin to lengthen a little bit here at UE Spec out here in St. Augustine. In the distance you see some athletes that look like footballers doing their training down in the distance. Just to our right we have some field athletes with their discus, and other people, young student athletes, going through their paces, trying to understand what the mechanics would be, and their coaches obviously taking them through their drills to show them exactly what is what. But of course it's going to be Durham who is going to continue, and he will be bowling to Henry with the red helmet. And again, it's all about refocusing here now. We just had a little bit of a break. How often have we seen that in the games where right after a break something happens, and so both batsmen, I suppose, have to, as they say, dig in again, start over. Brooks is not out on 6:22. It is to Henry. So now they've brought the forward short leg to a silly mid-off or silly point position on the offside instead of on the onside as he was previously. And that's because the bowler tends to go away from the right-hander, bowling his left arm orthodox. And Michael Louis, very active in that crouch position there in front of the bat. It's with a helmet and with the pads. So does he have on pads at all? I'm not sure. Yes, he does. So he would have been a brave man to be standing there without the additional protection. So the end of a maiden over to start proceedings. So it remains 49 for 2. 16 overs completed now. And the shadows beginning to lengthen. The sun is getting ready to set in the west. But what another beautiful day for cricket. See some youngsters close to Canada Hall there with basketball doing their bit. A lot of activities going on. After all, this is a university campus, so this is their opportunity to let off a little steam after they're studying hard all night and attending classes all day. They take a little break to just to recharge the batteries, get their mind off of the studies a little bit. And in the meantime, Archibald is on his way. Edging, and he's out. And that is the end of Shamar Brooks. Again, not able to really get on top of that one. The ball just moved across him, and it just hit the edge, and he goes for 6. It's 49 for 3 now. So another good catch by Rakeem Cornwall at slip. The big fella just gleefully accepted it right into his midsection there. And that is the end of his opposite number, Shamar Brooks, the captain of CCC. So Demario Richards comes to the crease, the wicketkeeper. And I'm sure when they walked off the field, just over an hour or so ago, he didn't think he was going to be coming out to bat this evening. But that is the nature of the game. Now remember, they are 49 for 3 in this inning. They lost their third wicket at 44 in the first inning, so not too dissimilar. And they really have to find some kind of run somewhere in order to deny the Leeward Islands. And I think this is the challenge for this team. They're probably short on confidence, and they really need to dig deep here now and not falter with the bat in this second innings. The Leewards would like nothing better though. So here is the left-handed Mario Richards. And Archibald is again attacking those pads there right now. But that was a peach of a delivery there that just left Shamar Brooks. And Cornwall did the rest at slip. Big edge, there's no doubt about it. Come like Ravindra from New Zealand got bowled and asked for a review. And it was so comical. It's almost like he was so bewildered, he didn't even know what happened. He called for the VAR. But he is a real revelation for New Zealand. Came out of nowhere. And it's really set the place alight, especially with the bat, but he also produces a few useful spells as well with the ball. So can the Leewards pick another pepper here now and put themselves right into the driver's seat, and that one just misses, and again kept a little bit low. And how did that not hit? Is Everett left Richards on bended knees there, like boys to men, just almost stooping down there trying to play that one. So let's see what he's able to do now. Can he stay focused here and keep Archibald out? And that's played nicely. He's gone for one. He might come back for a second. Yes, he will. And for a moment there, they were thinking about not going for that second run, although it was Hayden Walsh Jr. out there. But he had a long way to run to his right. And by the time he got to the ball, the batsman had decided, yes, 2 was on. And again, right on target there was Archibald, really buoyed by that wicket, his first for the match. And I'm sure he'll be hoping it's not his last one at that. So a good over once again from Archibald. Now everybody is chipping in for the Leeward Islands as they try to come from behind in this game and get a win. Remember, they were second on the table, and they would be, of course, excited with the news coming out from the Oval, where the Windward Islands were trailing Trinidad and Tobago by well, they gave them a lead of over 100, just about 100, 103 thereabouts. And so they've already started their second innings. Here's 51 for 3. So Durham it is who's getting ready to continue. This one is edging, but it's thick outside edge, and Walsh has another long chase, and two comfortably. So just bring you up to date on that. Trinidad scored 294, replying to the Windwards 191. And in their second innings, the Windwards are 47 for 1, still trailing by 56 runs. And again, showing good determination there as he got into position well and hit that one over long on for 4 runs, 1 bounce over the fence. The West Indies Academy 324, and Jamaica in reply 253 for 257 rather for 6. So they trail by 67 runs, Jamaica. And there he is trying to cut that one, and again the ball coming back at him, and he almost helped it onto his stumps. Luckily for him, he didn't do just that, but another interesting over sent down there by Durham. So the Leeward Islands, they're trying their best here to see if they could limit the CCC to some kind of a respectable score, probably under 200, and give themselves a chance to knock that off on the third day. 58 for 3. Archibald is really steaming in right now. He really has his tail up, and that's what a wicket will do for you. It's everything seemed to click after a while. He didn't seem to be all that fluent. Even in the first innings, he bowled at the bottom end. He came back, he bowled at the top end, and he bowled at the bottom end. There's another one that keeps very low indeed, and again Hamilton not able to gather it, but he did well to stop it, and the batsman sneak a by. But that's that has been happening since yesterday. The ball keeping low at that end, and when I say low, very low at that southern end. And as a result, batsmen have had a fair share of difficulty keeping right now the state of mind for Shamar Brooks. He just seems, so out of it in terms of his own ability to start the vagaries of this wicket, because bonks, sometimes some of the deliveries take off and others shoot at you, and so as a batsman you have to keep your eyes on the ball at all times and try to negotiate. And that one struck him on the hand, Richards. Painful blow. The physio is out there to render some kind of assistance to him. But we saw this yesterday as well, and today, some deliveries, some of them really take off. As you remember, Hamilton having to take a few over his left shoulder or right shoulder, as the case may be, over his head. We saw the catch taken by Cornwall when he had to go high up to pluck that one out of the air. Now, he didn't jump, mind you, he just kind of stretched his hands up there and took it. If he had to jump, well, that would have been a different scenario. But he just kind of stretched his arms up and pulled it down. And, you know, according to a good friend of mine, wild stand when you could sit. And that's what Cornwall is probably saying there. Why jump when I could just pull it down and not put any additional stress on the body? So these games are really turning. Actually, these games are moving fairly quickly. Well, other than the rain delay we had with the Guyana Happy Eagles game and the two big scores, because we're 324 for the West Indies Academy and 258 by Jamaica now in their first innings. So they are inching towards that first innings total, but they've lost 6 wickets. And here it's been another close one, but teams are already in in their second innings. The Trinidad game is a similar thing. So the Windward Islands are batting a second time. Although they're doing well, they were 41 or 47 for 1 thereabouts. And this one, you could see the little apprehension there on the part of Richards, but he survives, and the over comes to an end. Once again, 58 for the loss of those 3 wickets. Or rather 61 for 3, I should say. So Henry is doing very well. He's not trying anything too extravagant right now. He's not worried about scoring quickly or not scoring. He's just trying to play each ball on merit, and if he gets a run or 2, he'll take it right now. And that's how you build a good innings. When you get into the 40s and the 50s, you then just try to kick on from there. But for the first 20, 30 runs, if you could just score them in the V, that would be ideal. So 61 for 3, Justin Graves. So Graves it is, who's going to try his luck at that southern end. He's come rushing in to see if he can't pick a pepper. Now, because Graves bowls that nagging line, if he could get a good line on this two pace wicket, he could be a real handful for the CCC batsman now. But it all really depends on how well he pulls up. Yeah, just one teasing him outside that off stump, and Henry followed it. Really flirting with danger there. And when you consider that we've already gone past 5 o'clock for the day, and we still have a few overs remaining. But the light is brilliant, still very bright indeed. When you think the United States just turned back their clocks last week, so you spring forward and you fall back. So in the fall, you turn your clocks back in November, and in March, the second Sunday in March, you turn your clocks forward. So you lose an hour. I think a lot of Americans lost an hour last week, or last Sunday, I should say, at 2 o'clock. All of a sudden, it becomes 3 o'clock. But you get that back in November when you turn it back. So 2 o'clock becomes 1. Here he is again, Henry, shaping as if he wanted to go after that one outside the off stump. And that's the thing with daylight saving, because take for example like and time zones. That's the other thing, because a country like Australia, if I'm not mistaken, I think they have like 5 different time zones. You know, so you have to know where you're going and what you're doing. I thought for a moment of a single there. Hamilton didn't really rush up to the wicket, and you could see Andrew telling him, "Get up there." I was about to throw it. And he didn't, so Hamilton caught napping there just a little bit. And then, for example, you think of the East Coast of the United States, where most people tend to go, because most of us go to Miami. We might have relatives in somewhere in Washington, New York, and the East Coast, New Jersey. This time he's able to find a gap. And but sometimes I show people, if you leave, say, let's just say you left Washington D.C. at 8 o'clock in the morning, and you fly to just not even an hour, 45-minute flight, say Tennessee or somewhere there. You could actually lose an hour. You get into Tennessee before 8 o'clock, and you're leaving Washington or Baltimore or someplace like that at 8 o'clock. And when you get in, you realize, but wait. Still, it's not 8 o'clock yet. And that's the thing with the time zones. You kind of you could gain time. Yeah, you're gaining time when you go. Some people ring in the Christmas in New Zealand and Australia and Samoa and those places, and they fly to LA, and you still could catch the Oliers there again. This one, taking the pad, I'm not sure if he got bat onto it. We'll see what the umpire thinks. And yes, a leg by. So it's just some of the peculiarities of life in certain countries when they have to, you always have to be cognizant of what the time it is, and LA will be like 3 hours behind, and then as you come back east, you get to 2 hours, like all Texas and some of those places maybe an hour, and then you get an hour. So the umpires are having a little discussion there. I think they probably recognize that the light is still very good, so they may very well be able to complete the overs. They have to get 90 overs in the day. And once the light, they can play for the additional half an hour or so. So we're well after 5 o'clock now. 62 for 3. It's another beauty. That one just pitched and left him. And Richards was very late trying to catch up with it. And luckily for him, he didn't get a touch. So problems for CCC. They really need to get a partnership going here. 3 wickets down. Kamil Pooran for no score after just 2 balls of the innings. Demel Evelyn 15 and Shamar Brooks 6. Those are the wickets to fall. And Louis taking the first 2 and Archibald the other one. So the 2 fast bowlers doing the trick, even as they had opened up with spin from that southern end with Raheem Cornwall taking the new ball, but he has since given way to Durham. who's done very well. And then, of course, we also saw Justin Graves operating from that southern end. But at this end, it's Archibald on the move. And heading down leg. Yesterday we had a bevy of enthusiastic fitness persons, but today it's maybe they come every other day, and they didn't grace us with their presence today. A lot of people are into fitness now, running, jumping, exercising, and another one that keeps relatively low and keeping them out. So this, as the second day comes to a close, the CCC are trying to avoid any further damage and hopefully come tomorrow and build on their score so far today. This is their second innings. It's 63 for 3 right now, and they go for another quick single. Nothing Andrew could do about that one. But that's the way the game is played, and kudos to the Leeward Islands. Their bowlers have really come back out here now and really zeroed in on taking wickets and also limiting run scoring to a large extent. And hats off to Henry. He's batted superbly. For the second time, Sadiqi Henry has played exceptionally well. I was really looking forward to Shamar Brooks getting a big score. It wasn't to be. Archibald bit the edge and Cornwall did the rest. From around the wicket this time, and nicely played by Henry. So he will pinch the strike again. Archibald finishes another over and produce some pretty decent deliveries inside of there. And 65 now for 3 at the end of that over. So just to kind of recap for you, when we came here this morning, the Leeward Islands were 20 for 1 overnight, and they were looking at Kieran Powell, who was on 5, and Carty, who was on 6, but Carty didn't add to his overnight score. He was scored by evening of the bowling of Blades. It was 21 for 2 at that stage. But Powell stayed the course. He was the last man out for 114. From 123 deliveries, 11 fours and 2 sixes. And he got useful support, 29 from Justin Graves, 31 from Jeremiah Louis, 22 from Raheem Cornwall. So they were the principal contributors, 259 all out. And that's brilliantly played again, but there's cover out in the deep. But that's a gorgeous looking drive from Henry. He really looks in the pink of form right now. And you want to believe he deserved more than just a 1 run for that shot. That was so well played. And again, bowling for the combined campuses and colleges. Blades had 2 for 50. 1 maiden, 38 runs, no wickets. Roshan Primus, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 45 runs, 1 wicket. Romario Graves, 19 overs, 1 maiden, 63 runs, 5 wickets, 5 for 63. And of course, Yannick Otley, 7 overs, not for 40, no maidens. And the youngster Zishan Motaro, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 13 runs and 2 wickets. And here's another good delivery, but again the line just a little bit off here. Just trying to come in from around the wicket. Justin Graves probably just need to recalibrate a little bit. Can they see it through? It's another one. That's a good stop, a good diving effort there. They've gone for 1. And I think that's all they're interested in right now. A bye. So they'll take them any way they can get them. As the evening comes to, the day's play comes to a close, you can just see the little wear and tear on some of the players. It's been another long, hot day for them. And to think that they'll have to come and do it all over again tomorrow. And Graves again challenging that front pad of Henry there. Let me say my best of luck to some of the young athletes from around the region who will be heading off to Grenada for the Curfta Games over the Easter weekend. Always a big moment and a proud moment for the youngsters and their families. So we'll see. The umpires are going to concur again, and then we'll see where it takes us after that. So we going through, I think the umpires feel that the light is still good enough. It's nice and bright, even though the sun is going down to the west. It's still very bright here in St. Augustine, or as I've heard recently with that tragedy in the United States, St. Augustine. And I'm hearing a lot of music in the background, so it tells me that there might be a fitness class going on inside there. A little aerobics, burn. He's edging, and again it's dropping short. Cornwall puts his big paw down and stops it, but it wasn't a catch. It bounced in front of him, and Richards survives there, but that was so close to going into the hands of the bucket. So Archibald will try once more. And again, quick adjustment needed here. They're going for 1. They think for a moment of a second. The fielder having to come a long way. Louis having to come a long way from in the deep. But they decided against chancing it on his arm. So one by one, they're just trying to play out the day without taking too many risks and trying to negotiate whatever dangers the bowlers present to them. But I think the Leeward Islands would be happy with how things have gone so far. They haven't allowed CCC to get away in their second innings, and they was driving their Henry a bit airy-fairy on that occasion as that ball just sizzled past the outside edge. So again, what a fine day we've had here of cricket, of course punctuated by that splendid 100, the 10th of his first-class career for Kieran Powell, and of course the bowling of Graves. That's a shot of a man in form. They were going for one. They're going to get a second comfortably, and I don't think they're too interested in a third. Graves at 5 for 63. Mutara had 2 for 13, the young leg spinner. And certainly one for the future there for Barbados. Archibald with 1 wicket to his name, trying to see if he could maybe just pick up Pepper late here in the dregs on day 2 from around the wicket. And they've gone for 1, go quickly. They think of a movement of a second, but no. And Walsh really overshot the wicketkeeper with his return, but nicely backed up by Andrew. That's well played again, and that's going to run down the hill. It's going to go for 4, and that's very well played. Not much that Jeremiah Louis could do about that. He was at a wideish, almost a backward point on the boundary, and that one went down to third man, and they were able to complete, get a boundary out of that. So that will help, no doubt, as they look to close off the day here. I'm not quite sure what is happening with Richards. He just seems he's on his haunches there. I'm not sure if he's not feeling well. But we play on here as we try to complete the quota of overs. So they've successfully negotiated 75 for 3. And that's an overall lead now of 89 runs with 7 wickets in hand. I think they might be thinking they might need another 150 to 200 more to have a chance here. And they also need to start playing time because there's so much time left in the game. And that one goes, there's appealing for a catch at the wicket. The ball is thrown high in the air, not out, says the umpire, and they almost stole a bye there. In fact, it looked like Richards wanted to to take the bye, and Hamilton threw the ball high in the air gleefully and almost conceded a bye there. That would have been strange, because he was so confident that it was a catch. The batsman never moved. Hamilton was celebrating. So it remains 75 for 3. And they always say don't run on the misfield. And that almost had transpired there as well. So we've had another fantastic day of cricket, and just looking forward to tomorrow. The question is there another twist in the tail here before we close off today? Can the Leeward Islands pick another pepper and put a little more pressure on the CCC batsmen? Right now the two batsmen just really taking their time. They're having a little discussion. Everything just kind of going in slow motion at the moment as we come to the end of day 2 of this 4th round encounter. Henry again is being very watchful. He played and missed up one earlier that almost cost him his wicket. Loud appeal went up, but the umpire was unmoved. Be operating from this top end. And that one is through the gap again. They've gone for one. I think that's all they want at this stage. And that looks like that might be it for the day. So that's the situation there as today's play comes to an end. Raccoon Cornwall is hoping to get in a couple more overs, but it's 5:30 p.m. and the umpires have decided after 24 overs that would be enough. 76 for 3, an overall lead of 90 runs. So they have 7 wickets in hand, and again the men out. Kamal Puran for no score, Evelyn for 15, Henry is not out on 32, Brooks the captain out for 6, and Richards is not out on 14. So a nice contribution from both of them, but they're going to need them to build on this when we come back here tomorrow. So 76 for 3, an overall lead of 90 runs. And again, as we leave you for the moment, just to look at some bowling figures for you right now. Jeremiah Louis, 7 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 2 wickets, 2 for 18. Cornwall, 4 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, no wickets. Durham, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 12 runs, no wickets. Archibald, 5 overs, no maidens, 19 runs, 1 wicket. And Graves, 3 overs, no maidens, 3 runs, and no wicket. So that's the story here. CCC 273 and 76 for 3 in their second innings, and the Leeward Islands 259 all out, conceding a lead of 14 runs to the CCC. Again, they're indebted to Kieran Powell, who notched a splendid 114 before being the last man dismissed in the innings, as the innings folded at 259, and the chief wicket taker for the CCC was Romario Graves, who had 5 for 63. I'm Ruskin Mark. On behalf of the entire team, thank you for being with us, and we look forward to you joining us from about 10 o'clock in the morning for day 3 of this 4th round encounter out here at St. Augustine, at the UE Spec in St. Augustine. Until such time, enjoy the rest of your evening.